the one that she shared with him that includes her face and the cosplay pictures. Or when she says that she has pictures from the beach on that album and that how it shows more nudity than a panty shot. If that's other people.
What is this? But basically, this guy did a video about the Sugar Conroy allegations, positing that he actually got away and was actually a, degenerate freak, basically.
People on the beach instead of her. But from what it looks like it's her, in my opinion. That's what I interpret this to be, and I think that's what anybody else could interpret this to be as well.
Someone's into older men. I like someone else, thank you. Yeah, you're a little doll. You're a little doll. Why does Sugar always insist on saying I like him? Because you totally do.
Around a month after they start talking, he makes these insane remarks about how she likes him, right? Over and over and over again. All these messages are basically in quick succession, right? And I just really have to ask you, it doesn't seem like you're very uncomfortable in these messages. It seems like you're actually very comfortable. And she's actually insisting that she doesn't. That, she likes somebody else, right? But he just keeps going over and over and over again, dude. Like, he's like, oh, you are into me, you're into me. This is flirting. This is literally flirting. He's the creepy one here. Undoubtedly. Oh, you thought you could get away with rewriting history, huh? You said right here that you rejected them. You said that you rejected them and cut all contact. It looks like they actually rejected you, buddy. It looks like they friend-zoned you. What a liar, dude. What a measly little liar, dude. You guys want to know what he says after she friend-zones him? Alright, well, if you guessed whatever the hell this is...
The ethnic beats are enhancing this allegation. They are enhancing it.
...is, you'd be right. I'm not even going to read this out because it's so putrid and disgusting. You cannot say this to a child. Okay, so this all ties back into the most compelling part of his response, which is when he says, I didn't want to hurt or do with an unfair relationship.
Yeah, so this is one of the most compelling DMs from his response, where she says, honestly, as an adult, I appreciate that you set a boundary, basically.
So regardless, it was
a hard no.
No for me at the time. And then she responds 10 years later, right? This is in 2021. She responds with, honestly, as an adult, I can appreciate that you set that boundary, right? And on his face, it's like, okay, this is the end of everything, right? This kills the entire situation.
Exactly.
Except it's based on a lie. He never said no. He never outright said no. This is just...
Says the naked one. So shut up. Duct tapes your mouth, bruh.
A flat-out lie, and he's just rewriting the situation, and she believes him because he has also...
So I guess the question here is, like, did Suga misremember, or is he intentionally lying about all this?
From this whole situation. I'm gonna do some speculation here. This is just a game theory, but in my opinion, I think at some point in time, he went back and read these...
Uploader is in chat. Let's see here. Blaster. Blaster in chat. Interesting.
Remembered about them somehow, and realized...
How old was he? 19 years old, I believe.
Terrible they sounded, right? So he needed to kind of plant a seed in her mind that it was actually not that bad and that he rejected her. But I guess it didn't work because she probably went back to these messages.
Well, yeah, because based on the new stuff, it all seems retarded. But I guess this guy just went back and read all the old DMs. And it was just like, what the fuck? What the fuck's going on here?
Just and then realize.
To be clear, I'm not gonna make an allegation here or take a stance, but I do find the video interesting. I find it compelling. Maybe there's more to this that this guy left out or ignored, but
How often.
Sure sounds like an idiot. I mean, undoubtedly.
And how he lied about ending communication. Okay, so the next big thing we can talk about is how he actually comes out in 2021 about having feelings for her, right? This is huge. So he says, you won't be bothered by how I feel about you, right? Oh, if you want to know my feelings, I'm happy to answer any questions. I think that's fair if you don't return how I feel and are coming to another country for me. And then she friend zones him again. Absolutely brutal. I'm completely of the opinion that if she didn't friend zone him twice, they would have completely met up eventually and had sex. Whether they're adults and he was grooming her, whether she was still a child, it's completely fucking either scenario. And him confessing his feelings for her after she's an adult makes it not too far off to think that...
It is, I'm not convinced. Well, the video's not over. We keep watching, I guess, enough.
She's a child as well. Right, so...
Just say chugger, you can say the hard arch, or you can say chugger.
Little fun fact that we got here, a little side course, if you will. She actually talks about how she likes an 18-year-old guy at this time while she's talking to Chugga. The thing is, when she told him that he was pissed that she sent him the plushie, he was like, oh, I'm a legendary Pokemon, he's a regular Pokemon. What? You are directly making a comparison and argument to why she should like you instead.
Oh my god, Grandma, you freaky as hell.
And people are gonna be like, oh, he was joking. What's the joke about? The joke is about how a 15-year-old should like the 19-year-old instead of the 18-year-old. You can't joke about that as a child. You can joke about that in the context of just, palling around with your friends or making jokes, not making that joke to the child themselves. There's the undertones of like, yes, you should agree. Like, yes, I'm better than him. Like, be with me instead. I'm perfectly okay with the jokes, but you can't make a joke to a child, because then we don't know if you're joking or not. And if you are joking, that's still creepy. He also lied about having met her 10 years later after religion, which is just hilarious because, it was 2020, 21, 22, no conventions were open, it was COVID. Because of this, I'm a lot more inclined to believe Lolly's story instead of his, because either he just completely forgot the dates and how time works, or he was just trying to misconstrue the truth and make it look like they hadn't spoken for 10 years. When, for one, it's obviously a lie, because the Discord message started in 2017, and they already picked up a conversation that was already happening, because, she's like, oh, whoopsies, right? She wouldn't just message her out of the blue.
That is true. I think his explanation was like, well, we talked a little bit, but I misremembered, but we really started talking a few years after, right?
Say whoopsie. So they definitely didn't communicate beforehand. We just don't of communication before the Discord screenshots. So what he wants us to believe is that the messages completely cut off where they do in her original documents.
Wait, why did I run? Well, he falls out of the tree and takes the clothes from you. Yes, it really does just end here. Blame 15-year-old me.
Gets this point through by misconstruing what she said and claiming that she said that they abruptly stopped talking. But what she actually said is that the messages keep going after those last logs and that she just didn't save them.
Community backlash.
Alright, so now we gotta talk about the insane community backlash to these allegations and how everybody out of the fucking sun just came out of the woodwork to support this guy from nowhere. They literally came from their fucking underground hideout, fucking Patrick Star ass layer to just be like, he was innocent. Look at some of these comments, dude. These chicks don't deserve any mercy. They're only apologizing for being caught. They try to ruin the public image of a sweet, innocent dude. A sweet, innocent dude? Okay, buddy. Last I checked, saying this kind of stuff to a child is not the characteristics of sweet and innocent individual. And then we got this guy over here. Contact was never cut off. Girl, 1 to 2 messages a year or month is clearly him distancing himself. Hey, buddy, we don't know what happened in the Skype messages. And 2, yes, he did stop reaching out to her in the logs, but every time she reached out to him, he would say even more insane shit. Because the worst of these logs are the second half, after his birthday, after he's already 20 years old, and after he claims he cut contact completely, right? That's just a blatant lie. You're literally coping. The worst.
You better see this, Ellie. Ignore this, Tom, bro. Don't be sending cute messages to your little crush in my chat, okay? Be sending cute messages to your mom.
Kind of people are the ones who think they are different and quirky. They post life-ruining allegations for clout and attention. They pull a shocked face with the consequences of their. I can't even read this whole thing. Like you're literally restarted, bro. For clout and attention, she's anonymous. What clout? What attention? She's literally anonymous. She had her friend post all this for her. Are you dead? Like, are you actually done? I'm astounded that you're even breathing right now. I'm astounded that your body is even functioning at this current point in time.
Oh, no. You see, the child, it was just a goof. It was just for laughs, you know? Why aren't you laughing?
I was immensely disappointed when I found out that the majority of YouTubers just completely cleared this guy's name as soon as he made his response. I'm not surprised when fans of this guy just make completely idiotic statements, but when YouTubers
Yeah, that's me.
their statements and, clear his name, it just really pisses me off, considering the fact that I could barely find anybody who read the original document, who read Wally's original documents. The only person that I found who actually dived more in depth, they didn't even do the whole thing, but Lyris actually read a lot of those messages instead of just the 4 screenshots attached, because almost every single YouTuber who made a video on this situation only read the 4 attached screenshots and not like the 40 pages of logs on the guy. This is insane! The least you can do is just read the original document in full. That's your job. If you're gonna make a video on the situation, you have to read the most substantial messages in their entirety. You can't just skip over the original allegations, read these 4 screenshots, and then just go ahead and paint her as the initiator of everything. I want to highlight a specific guy who made a video about this whole situation, this guy Gamma. He made a 30-minute video about all the allegations, basically. He starts with the, less severe ones, which,
Yeah, we know that guy. That's a chatter.
Fine, right there. They're basically nothing burgers. And then he spends 20 minutes on the lolly ones, except he literally only covers those 4 screenshots that were attached. He doesn't actually go into any of the other insane messages throughout that document and only focuses on those. And then he's a proponent of the whole, it was just 2010 edgy humor, guys. And then he also goes on to claim that none of the foot messages that he sent were sexual. Are you fucking kidding me?
As for Lolly finding it weird,
Is this guy in chat, Blaster? Are you still in chat? I want to, you want to talk about this on stream? I'm very curious about this video. I'm very curious if you're still in chat. Mr. Monkey.
She states that she didn't find it uncomfortable until just recently when she looked back at it with all the recent connotations. So for the foot stuff, it's just something that was used by these individuals to paint them negatively because they knew that the general consensus would be that it's weird and imply that it was inherently sexual, which isn't provable by any
After the
means.
vid? Okay, yeah.
Provable by any means. Which isn't provable by
I know I'm not like reacting super hard to this. I'm just like taking in the information right now.
any means. Which isn't provable by any means.
Yo, is this person fucking retarded?
Yes. I feel like the statement is very loaded. Despite the time frame that Conroy has mentioned to have not been in contact with Lolly not been accurate, I feel like at this point it's sort of a weak argument because despite that, the information being presented by both individuals in this case appears to line up pretty smoothly regardless of time and consistency. Not to mention, it may very well be the case that he misremembered 3 points in time both parties communicated because as he mentions, he didn't really communicate with her all that much past the gift incident.
Oh yeah, dude, there's not much left after the gift incident. Just forget the 9 more pages of messages that they have. Are you kidding me? This guy did 0 research on the original document. He only looked at the responses, and then he just took everything that fucking Chugga said that Lolly didn't test at face value. Also, we understand that Chugga, could have misremembered something without logic. How could he have misremembered? All of the dates are available. It's not like he is just going off memory. There is literal proof for everything here, dates included. What do you mean he misremembered? There's no way that he got the 10-year thing wrong on accident. All he had to do was just look at the first Discord message and see the dates and see that it was 2017, not 2020. Oh yeah, and then he has this fucking hilarious comments. He says, I genuinely do the best out of anyone in the commentary scene right now in condensing information and summarizing without leaving too much out. If I or anyone for that matter would type out an explanation for you, you wouldn't read it since there's 3 different sources, hell, and it would be far too long to explain in the comments. Yeah, get off your high horse, buddy. Didn't do a single picosecond of research into her original documents. Let this video serve as an open letter to anybody who wants to debate me on this. My Discord is _laughter. It's on screen right now. I will happily talk to Gamble on top stream or just in private. I want anybody's best arguments in this entire situation. I want my mind to be changed. It's gonna be hard. You guys are gonna have to do a hell of a lot of proving and a lot less glazing. All right, go follow my Twitter and peace out.
All right, that was good. Debate him. I don't really want to debate him. I just want to talk to him, to be honest with you. Because I'm finding this video hard for you. So I would just like to talk to him. Hold on, I'll follow him on Twitter, see if I can message him. Because I don't want to blow up his Discord. Let's see what he says. I'm gonna get bro in the call. I'm in VC. Oh, are you in there already? Okay, gotcha. Hello?
Let me just mute this stream really quick. All right. Yeah, so I mean, I don't really fault you too much for, you know.
To be clear, you can, if you think I fucked up, you should fault me. Like, I don't.
I mean, to some degree, obviously, but I think you were just kind of following, you know, Gamma, because I think he did the research. He supposedly made a constructed video, a 30-minute video. You were just streaming, so I can understand when you're streaming, like, just want to get content out.
In fairness, I react to the allegations outside of that. My initial reaction to all of it is like I saw like so there were like waves to these allegations, right? There was like
yeah.
There was like the foot stuff initially with Lady Emily, and I was like, this is retarded. Like, this girl didn't really care, right?
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, and then when I saw the Lolly allegations initially came out,
right.
I did what everybody else did. I only read those first 4 screenshots, right?
So,
and even then I was like, yeah, you can go.
I was gonna say, funny enough, what I did is I read most of the logs in a video, and I said that he was weird, and then everyone in the comments was like, you're retarded. And then more stuff came out after, and like, there were a lot of inconsistencies with her story, and then he had all this other shit about how he didn't talk to her anymore, and she didn't refute that very well from what I saw. And so it was like, it was just kind of like a situation where I thought that she was, I didn't think he was I thought he was like, you know, there was a lot of weird like jokes and stuff from early 2010s culture people would make, maybe not realizing how that would come across, right? Or how that would come across now. So I saw it as like, you know, whatever. And I don't know if he's I probably wouldn't say that, but it seems like he did lie with his characterization of events in the response based on your video.
Definitely.
I would like to. After seeing your video, I kind of want to like refresh myself entirely and go through all of the shit again.
Yeah.
Because now it's like I feel like I'm being pulled in multiple directions.
Everybody's made a video on this. Everybody's made a video on this should 1000% look at the original like document in full.
Yeah. Did you message Smaggle the video or something? Is that how I got it?
Yeah, I messaged him.
Okay. Because I was like, how the fuck? I was like, this video has 50 views. How the fuck?
50 view video. Yeah, how do you found it?
Yeah. But yeah, it was a compelling video, and I mean the majority of what it was just going through the original DMs from what I can tell.
Yeah. When I first saw it, those even like I didn't even read the whole log because like 48 pages. Fuck that, right? I was reading the first 4 screenshots when it all came out. I was like, the only way he refutes this is if they're fake. That's what I was thinking. I was like, this is weird as fuck. This is a 15-year-old. And then I read like the rest of the fucking document, and I'm like, this is even worse, right? And then I feel like I'm crazy because I'm seeing everybody on YouTube be like, 100% innocence, vindicated, and I'm like, bro, he literally said all this insane shit to a child when he was 19/20.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's like, I guess the comparison would be like, imagine if people caught me talking to like a 16-year-old and I'm 21. People would be like, what the fuck, you know? People would be like, what the fuck?
Yeah, no, exactly. And I think this is like a really good comparison that I think I made in the video is like to the whole Pyro situation.
I saw you made that. People aren't gonna like that comparison, to be honest with you, at all.
Well, no, but it's basically that, except he knows the age. He talked to her for 10 years, allegedly, and it's so much worse in my opinion. It's so much worse than the Pyro thing. It's like thousands.
I mean, it seems that way based on your video, but I would want to look more into it, to be honest with you.
No, dude, you totally should. Like. Yeah. I mean, definitely. I like the editing. That was my favorite part. I like the editing. Thank you.
That was good.
I appreciate it.
I like the.
We got some more stuff coming out soon.
The Dark Knight footage was funny.
The goons assembling.
Yeah, the goons assembling was nice. I like the footage of fucking the bank scene in like the beginning of the movie and the guys going through blasting them.
I just ran out of like, there's barely any fucking footage of this guy like online in person, so I was just like, I ran out of footage, and then I was just like, I'll just fucking pull some random dark night footage.
Have you gotten any like response to this video? Like,
Oh, yeah,
have you gotten?
I just posted it. I was originally going to interview the guy who came public with the allegations, her friend, but then I forgot.
One person asked in chat. He said, he did this happened like 15 years ago. What are people supposed to do about that now? What would you like to happen now? What's your kind of goal with this video?
I think the main thing is just public perception, because like it just really grinds my gears when I see everybody like the majority of people that you see like mainly in like comment sections, Twitter, like paint her as like, because they do no research and they just see like, oh, my favorite YouTuber said that he's 100% innocent, so I'm gonna agree. They just say that he's like 100% innocent, and that makes me so mad, you know? It's like, this guy is literally insane.
Dingo's in chat down there. You mind if I pull him and Gamma up?
No problem, dude, no problem.
All right, let me bring him up. Hello, Gamma and Dingo. How's it going? Dingo looks like he's deafened. Hello, Gamma. What's up?
Hey, what's up?
What
So,
up?
bring me up to speed real quick. I actually just finished watching his video, but I finished watching it at like 2 times speed. So bring me up.
What's up, Smaggle? Shout out Smaggle, guys. Smaggle got me here. He's my day one.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna try to let's just try to avoid like a heated debate here. Let's try to have a constructive discussion. But
Oh,
100%, dude. Civil
Wait.
all the way.
Well, actually, I want to say, Smaggle like reached out to me to have it like me give you guys a statement. To be quite honest, after watching it and including a lot of like the screenshots, which I missed, a lot of those screenshots I don't quite recall. I wanted to ask like if they were in a document or if you got them from another source, because I remember
They're all in
going.
her document.
They're all in your document. I don't know if it's just I don't know if it's just the way that you presented them or the way that you dissected them, but I don't really recall the stuff that I read in that document being that bad. But for the most part, in retrospect, after going over your video, I did watch it in 2 times speed, by the way, just to get caught up real quick. I think that you do make like some pretty compelling arguments, especially after you pointed stuff out like I remember there was one particular screenshot that said mouth and sword and whatnot. Yeah, after watching it, I was like, how the fuck could I have like, you know, just glanced over this, right? And it could just be me trying to come to a conclusion, saying that he was misrepresented, you know, when I was like making my video. But and like in all honesty, yeah, my verdict is that yeah, Chugga Conroy is definitely like a severe creep, and that was always my conclusion. But I think that going as far as to call him a groomer is probably a bit too extreme. Like he's probably like in between the middle ground of almost being there,
Nothing
and
at all,
being just, you know, a creep, right? But
Let me make my argument really quick.
yeah, go ahead.
So, I wouldn't call him a groomer if he didn't reach out, if he didn't like confess his feelings 10 years later. That's the main thing that makes me like think that he's a groomer, basically.
Well, the thing with that is that's actually like a point of contention that I was like bringing up to one of my friends, is that I mean, I understand the argument, but at the same time, this would have to be proven, like you said in your video, beyond a shadow of a doubt, if he was actually communicating with this person for
I feel like the Skype thing is a
those
big
10
deal.
years.
Like if the Skype thing exists, we don't have those.
That's the only like thing I would
Absence. That's the only absence. Like if we're gonna make the argument that he's a groomer or a predator, we'd have to argue that he was also in contact with this person, like you mentioned, planting seeds throughout those years. But unfortunately, there's no way to prove that they actually remained in contact for those 10 years. Maybe it wasn't 10 years. Maybe it could be 5 to 7 years, right? Maybe 5 to 8 years. But 10 years, I severely doubt that, because neither of them can corroborate, you know, their point of contact past 2012 on Skype, right? Neither of them can prove that was actually the case, right? I feel like that was just a generalization by Chugga Conroy, but to say that he was grooming this individual is you know, kind of strange, right? And if anything, let me make it very clear right now that a lot of people that are super defenders of age gap are gonna say, oh, 15 and 19 isn't that bad. It really is that bad, right? I'm gonna make that clear right now. It really
I was
is that
getting into
bad.
some arguments. Getting into some arguments on Twitter with these people, and they were like, oh, he was in high school. She was in high school. It's okay. For one, that's not even true. He was a freshman in college. He's a freshman in college. She's a sophomore in high school, right? This is like already insane. And the high school context, like, argument only works if they're going to the same high school. If they actually know each other in person, you know?
My only argument to
Why do
that
you think
is
why do you think the high school context changes things like dramatically for you? Like why would
what
would
do
them
you
being like why would them going to the same high school together versus like
I know.
meeting
I still
online?
think freshmen like I think sophomore senior is the cutoff to where it's like it's still weird, but it's like not insane. I think freshman senior is completely fucked.
Why is that?
Because I mean, for one, it's already problematic if they stay in contact after he graduates, and then like let's say like the guys, the senior, and the girls, the freshman. It's like getting into some sus territory when let's say like that's like a 13-year-old, right? A 13-year-old and a 17, 18-year-old staying in contact after he graduates, and then she's 14 and he's 18, 19. Like that's pretty fucking weird in my opinion.
I mean, typically high school freshmen are 14, right?
To back
I was
you
13 when I was a freshman.
to back you up on that, because I actually think that being in high school, like being high, I think that the high school argument is absolutely dumb, because a lot of people in high school, they can mature really quick depending on the grade they're in and the people that they communicate with, right? They can learn certain things that people that are barely getting into high school, being freshmen or even being juniors or sophomores, typically don't do until they start like aging a little bit more, right? Being in high school exposes you to a lot of individuals with a lot of experience. So being a freshman, you're still kind of like in there. You're still kind of
basically just an 8th grader still.
Yeah,
more or
yeah,
less,
you're still learning how people act and behave. Like you're gonna like probably get burned by a few people. You're probably gonna be misguided or even be mentored and become a better person based on the people you meet, right? People that are seniors have already gone through those 3 to 4 years of like learning how people behave, how people act, how to, if they're bad people, manipulate others, or how to like entice others to do things that they typically wouldn't do. Have they like taken the time to mature and grow, right? That's my argument to that, right? Just to back up what he's saying is like the high school argument is insane because again, somebody who's a senior in high school is gonna have a lot more experience, especially if they were the type to like go out and party than somebody who's barely getting into it.
Yeah, they have a driver's license. Maybe they have like all these adult things. They're mature.
They've worked a job. Yeah.
Age and maturity is like exponential growth. It's like you really start getting all that maturity. High school, like middle school kind of area, and then it's like, and then you kind of drop off like as soon as you're like in your 30s.
Well, like here's an example. Here's a question, for example. Okay, let's say I'm in high school. Let's say I'm 17. I'm a senior. This is all hypothetical, by the way. Let's say I'm 17. I'm a senior. I have a license. Let's say I have a license. Let's say I have a job. And I'm dating a girl who is 16 and she doesn't have a license or a job. Like, does that difference make me I'm dating a 16-year-old?
She's already gotten like a lot of maturity experiences and life experience. It's like the life experience level isn't that far off.
Is there a big life experience level between being 15 and 16 though?
I'd argue that if it's just 1 year apart or a couple of differences or even a couple of like I want to say semesters apart, no. But again, it also really just depends on the type of people that you're comparing, right? Some people are willing to like throw themselves out there and experience the world exponentially more than somebody who just stays at home all day.
But so like just from that perspective, all I'm saying is like there can still be big maturity gaps even between people who are closer in age.
That's true. But on a general scale, I think like people should avoid over a 2-year age gap in high school.
That I also agree with that. Typically, even in real life settings, being like somebody who's worked a lot of jobs or like been very prominent in like real life places. Like right now, I transferred
prominent in Walmart.
No, I've actually
very
transferred.
prominent Walmart employee, top of his class.
I've actually transferred.
Prominent, like you're like a celebrity in the
Valedictorian
store. What's
Walmart
that
employee.
mean?
Well, no, I've actually worked in corporate
Walton's
settings.
finest.
I used to be a production manager. I used to be a production manager before going into sales.
Well,
I currently do sales.
I would fire you if I was.
Here's another question. If you're let's say I'm 18. Okay, let's say I'm 18 years old, and I am a loser. I don't have a job. I'm a senior in high school. I'm a loser. Don't have a job. I'm basically a fucking NEET. Okay, I never go outside.
Let's not smack on nights.
Let's say that hypothetically, I know I look like that. Let's say I am that way. Okay, and let's say I'm dating a 21-year-old girl who has life experience, job, going to college, all this shit. If I'm dating her, is it immediately not wrong because I'm 18, which is the legal age? Like, is that the cutoff, or what is it?
Well, if you look at it, that person can have significantly more control over you depending on what they provide.
So would you call that person like a groomer or like a?
I wouldn't call them a grooming. Grooming is like the way that I view it is mainly just like somebody who's already adult and then usually typically kind of like a starts off as maybe a fan interaction or like an advice role, a mentor role, and then kind of transitions into a sexual role. And in this case, with the Chuck Conroy situation, it transitions into a sexual role very quickly. About an hour into their conversation, it transitions into a sexual role.
Yeah.
So it's like it's not even like
What's going on?
no, it's like because when he says I understand your little washy, that's literally an hour into their first conversation. Like that's so fast.
That's him. Yeah, that's him acknowledging. That's him acknowledging that he has, especially when he says that shit about being a legendary Pokemon in comparison to another guy. That's him acknowledging that he has a little bit of, you know, power, or well, I hate to say power.
Wait, so-
Power dynamic. He acknowledges that he has a little. Yeah. He acknowledges that he has an allure to this individual, like off the rip.
Wait, so what's the deal? So he like jerked off to the Pokemons? What are you talking about?
Not exactly.
Wait, okay, Dingo,
No.
what do you know about this whole situation then?
Oh wait, are you're trying to run away from Gamma? No, this is not gonna happen. Gamma, ask your question.
What was your question, Gamma?
We're kind of
What do you want, bro?
right now. What are you?
Well, I don't know
What do you want about, bro? What do you want about, bro?
Why'd you guys come onto the stream if you're just gonna agree with each other for 15
No,
minutes?
he's not.
Fuck?
Because I see it from his point of view. I see it from his point of view. I'm not that type of person. Like a lot
Well,
of
stop seeing it from his point of view. We're all getting bored.
I was mainly
Like, you're getting bored. I don't give a fuck.
You know.
Can we?
Like-
Okay. Here's the next phase of this conversation. Gamma, let's imagine that you're Chugga Conroy and you didn't do anything wrong.
Let's imagine
Go ahead.
that I don't give a fuck about your situation. Actually, I don't even have to imagine that. I don't care about what you have to bring.
On his ass.
Wait,
You're trying to start some fucking flame.
Is this Chugga Conroy speaking, or is this the character?
Drama.
This is method acting.
He's embodying Chugga Conroy. He's getting too into the role.
I can see the way he's yelling in the mic.
I will say.
We need guys. We need to revive Heath Ledger to play Chugga Conroy in the new movie.
I will say that the way you went about your presentation was a little bit like it was very harsh, but I do see your points. Right there, he should have gotten a lot more criticism for the Lolly situation. But at the same time, a lot of people during that drama did go out of their way to misrepresent him, which was where I was coming from in my video. Right, I definitely said that what he was doing during his Lolly situation.
I think this is a big part of it. Like, I think that certainly a part of it for me is like you're in the sauce. You see all this shit going on. You see a lot of people mischaracterizing the events. You see a lot of retarded allegations about him. You're just kind of like, this is not a big deal. And then you see him respond to this shit, and it's like to his credit, I think he had a pretty compelling.
He had the perfect storm of bullshit allegations hurled at him and I think he strategically addressed all those first in his response, and then left the Lolly stuff at the end of that, because the first thing that people are gonna see are like, oh, somebody who lied about or didn't include the fact that they were like engaged. That is the most insane shit. I felt uncomfortable. They were literally engaged. Are you like retarded?
Like the foot person, the big feet person,
Emily,
Emily, or whatever.
Lady Emily too. All that is bullshit. It's all like completely just absolute nothing burger. And I think he strategically put that like first. You know.
What do you mean? Like I strategically put that in my video because I
No.
Oh, okay.
Chugga Conroy.
Okay. I was just going off of it chronologically in my video, right?
No, I don't
where
have a
I'm
problem with you
coming
putting it first. Like,
yeah, where I'm coming from, where I'm coming from in general, right? First things first. Where I was coming from in that video is that I thought he got on a lot of unnecessary bullshit thrown his way, right? Where these people insinuated that he was something he wasn't. And then when it came to the Lolly situation, I'm pretty sure I mentioned this in my video as well. I thought it was pretty creepy. But me wanting to look at people in good faith, me wanting to be unproblematic and address people in a mature fashion, I chalked it up to just being general immaturity, and that a lot of people typically got into like mess like this back then in like the early 2010s in the internet, just being fucking stupid ass parasocial individuals, right? With no intent of him actually being a groomer, right? That's where I was coming from. But if you're gonna make a video like pointing out an argument of him making like these like consistent like sexual innuendos in the way that you phrase it, then I can see your point of view. But
these conversations occurred over the course of like 6 months, like half a year. They're talking to each other and constantly making all these insane fucking sexual innuendos and fucking flirting over and over and over again.
Like now that months have passed and I see more and more people not more and more people, but I see you bringing it up and then me thinking about it, because I like to think about things critically. I like to analyze the situation and try to like think about all the possible
Mr. Big Brain over here
reasons why something could happen, right? And I in my mind think that they were just being fucking stupid. Well, he was 19, so I couldn't call him a teenager. But I thought that these individuals were just being like for their time, for their era. But now looking back at it, I can't really.
Wait. Hold on. Just
Go on Tipster's stream and then he needs to play the oh shit.
I don't have the
Okay,
shit audio. Dingo, you probably have it, right?
Yeah, that was me.
Yeah,
I'm
cheers,
gonna
my
need you
dudes.
guys. I'm gonna get you guys to stop. Rewind. So where were we before? Like you guys started talking and this all got really annoying. So I think we're doing like a rap,
We were always on this point. I told him that I wasn't gonna really debate him. I kind of agreed with what he had.
I don't know. I was mainly doing it just to kind of get like onto out of it and try to like kind of cause.
Well, yeah, that figures, but I'm not gonna blame you for that, right?
I know you gotta do what you gotta do with 100.
You gotta do what you gotta do. Yeah, I didn't have to do that, motherfucker. Fuck you. I'm kidding. I'm sorry.
Come here, son.
I didn't have to do that.
About the
I made really good content, and that's why I got 3,000 subs so far. Even though that doesn't mean jack. But anyways, go ahead.
Okay, now this is just turning into spec shit. I think we have made.
Yeah, I was gonna do a rap, but I don't know.
So Gamma, so like, can you tell me why? If I was in your position, I think I would have like reread the original logs and like taken notes on like the worst parts. You know, because I'm pretty sure the reason like I called you out is because like I was watching Tom's stream over like your video, and I think you joined call at one point. I think you were like, oh yeah, dude, he's like 100% innocent. Like, and I was like, what?
I didn't say he was 100% innocent. So
pull the clip.
I can try to pull the clip. Let me see.
No, I definitely said. I'm pretty sure. I definitely said that I thought he was creepy. I thought that a lot of the stuff, like I said, was like chalked up to just the time that they were talking in, but I didn't want to acknowledge him of like being 100% guilty. I only wanted to acknowledge
the video. Let me pull the video.
Can you send me a link if you want? Because I have like 5 fucking channels. I can't keep track of my own shit.
Okay, if I recall correctly, you uploaded it.
Was that on Tom Dark Live or was it?
No, on Tom Dark.
Oh, was it Tom Dark?
And it's gonna be in the last 30 minutes of the video if I recall.
Okay, let me see this thing. Okay, yeah, I found it. Okay. Well,
If I said it, I said it. If I didn't, I didn't.
Let me skip down here to the end. I think I found it. All right, I'll screen share for you guys so we can watch the call.
So you said you're directly like addressing Chugga in this segment. You said like you did remove yourself from this individual. Let me just like pull this
back. Fucking basically covered everything from beginning to end. She basically said that
the only real problem
she still
is, like,
stands firm on her belief that his
face value when he said that he rejected her and like removed himself from the situation. You know.
Let me just play the clip real quick. I just want to play this.
Okay. To her were kind of hollow, and that she, was still kind of, perturbed or bothered by his, constant outreach, which I guess is fine. But to insinuate that he was like some sort of harasser is bullshit. Like to insinuate that
he actually did not sexually harass her. She consented and she didn't like it. This is specifically about the Lady Emily stuff, or the fact she felt embarrassed.
Yeah, okay. I was about to say the guys. What's going on?
I don't remember what the timestamp was for the other
background
stuff.
to it, but he does state that he wasn't trying to do that with his friends. It's a definite possibility that he just.
Do you know what the timestamp was or what the quote was or something from this part?
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head.
I'm just gonna scroll to the end and see. We'll have to watch a bunch of this.
I just know that it's probably near like the last 30 minutes.
I don't know when. How long do we even call it this?
That conversation they had in 2021.
I want to say maybe 12 minutes. In response to it doesn't. But me, I like to give the benefit of the doubt. I like to give grace to people. So I'm gonna just say that.
But given the fact she left out so much, why would we give her the benefit of the doubt?
I mean, I agree, right? But I'm just trying to like be a little bit more, what's it called, sympathetic with the fact that somebody as a minor shouldn't have been on the internet like that back then.
And fair enough, I'm being pretty, somewhat charitable to her, I would say.
I don't think Sugar Conroy did anything wrong. That's my personal take. I genuinely don't think he did anything wrong.
That's what I remember.
Like,
okay, there you go. I guess that's the clip.
Yeah.
I don't know, Game. It seems like we got this one wrong, bro. To an extent, at least.
I mean, if I did get it wrong, I'm willing to own up to it, right? That's always been my whole philosophy when it comes to making content, is that if I get something wrong, then and let this be known, if everybody's gonna hear it, then like, yeah, sure, I may have fucked up. I want it to be. I want people to get the right information. I don't want people to think that I'm just gonna present shit that isn't accurate, right? I don't want to do that. So if it is going to be used as like, let's clear up the situation, Sugar Conroy may have been a little bit more guilty than what was initially thought, that's fine, right? I can agree with that and get behind that 100%, right? I'm not going to
the deal is Gamma though here is like, this situation is so big, it could almost destroy your entire career.
That's crazy.
I'm coming for your neck, dude. I'm coming for your neck. I'm going to steal your clout. I'm a clout goblin. Come on.
I don't have clout though. That's the thing.
So,
I don't really have that much clout.
The sun with this one,
Oh.
Bastard bros.
I don't really have a lot of clout. I mean, the thing is, like, if you're gonna make that argument, out of all the people that outright dismissed Chugga Conroy's situation as being nothing, like why me? You know, there's so many other people.
I was watching. You made the 30-minute video about it, and it's like I saw you on Tom's stream. Because this is why, like, I still kind of fault Tom for kind of platforming that kind of stuff and not really looking like that critically into it.
Platform.
But
I think that's completely fair. Yeah.
yeah, but then it's like you did like the actual 30-minute long video dissecting everything as opposed to just kind of a stream, just live reaction to that.
Well,
video.
to be fair, I spent a lot of time, and I even say it in my video. I spent a lot of time reading over that. Because I didn't want to just see somebody get severely misrepresented. Maybe I was biased at first because I saw so many people throwing nothing allegations at him, but I don't like people just being misrepresented, right? Like I'm significantly against that, right? I'm like,
I think you misrepresented it in the opposite direction, and like
if that's the case, then I'm willing to walk it back, right? If that's the case, then I'm willing to agree with you.
Someone in
right?
chat says, "What's the most recent evidence of this behavior? Is it all from when a dude was assumably in his 30s now, from when he was like 19?" Someone in chat
most recent evidence of the foot fetish stuff is just him with Lady Emily, but we don't have any like recent things of him doing it with any other children. Like
to say that he's a groomer is kind of a reach. Like, is he really creepy? Yes, but to allege that is very disingenuous. Like, to say that he was wrong for doing that in the past is correct, but to say that he is like currently a groomer now or without any example is kind of like at that point you're just going for the neck for what reason?
Yeah, okay. Let me just talk about this. So if he originally came out in his statement and was like, what I said was completely like awful, and here's examples of me being insane, and I've never done this since, and I'm going to therapy, I'm leaving the internet forever, don't support me, like what I did was wrong. But instead he decided to lie like countless times, and that's what makes me think that.
Doesn't he kind of do that though? Doesn't he kind of say that he is sorry for talking to Lolly?
He said he said he was sorry, but he says that like he disliked the direction of the chats when he was 19, which is just a lie because they talked for 6 months and basically every conversation has at least like 4 fucking insane statements in them.
Yeah. Like again, when I made the video, it was like I was literally just pulling an all-nighter trying to get all the information together. And trying to get the information as collected as possible so that I can make my arguments, right? And I watched a couple of other videos. I watched a lot of videos, and I even went into the document. I was cross-referencing between chat logs and chat logs. And like the way that I concluded it was that okay, maybe Chugga Conroy at the time was just being completely irresponsible, but to say that might be a little bit egregious, right? But if you're coming out to say that now in like context this is incredibly disgusting, maybe at the time I really just wanted to defend the guy because I thought he was being represented, but now that we're looking at it back and that I've had more time to process the situation and that I've like heard your arguments and started thinking about them myself, I can see them from your point of view and agree that Chugga Conroy was let off a little bit too lightly at the time for again talking to somebody who was 15 and looking at images. Right? I don't even know how I missed that. I agree that I missed that. I will blame myself. I will blame myself for missing that. I will admit that right now. Right?
Don't beat yourself too much because apparently everybody else missed it too.
That might be funny.
Oh, we are back in it to win it now. We are back in it to win it, ladies and gentlemen. What does the schedule even look like? Oh, we're playing the Bombers again. Bombers were a good team. What's the league standing? Oh, but they've gone downhill. They have got.
At one point in Dr. Phil's
Thank you, the Young Turks. I've liked and sub to your channel.
interview with Donald Trump, he decided to give his read of the sort of man that Donald Trump is. And I don't think anyone has been more wrong about a person they're psychoanalyzing than Dr. Phil is in this moment.
Number one question again, how do you stand it? How do you do it? How do you get up in the morning and put your clothing on and go to work?
I understand how. I know you got a thick skin. You're not one of those people that's afflicted with the need to be loved by strangers. I get that.
I think that's true.
Let's face it. I mean, you're a billionaire. You got a great family. You're a very dedicated father. People may not see this in you a lot because you keep that kind of private. But my question to you is, why do you subject yourself to this?
My question to Dr. Phil is, why are you continuing this interview while having a stroke? Because something's clearly wrong with you. First of all, I love the B-roll they went to when demonstrating his perfect family. It's their pale faces emerging from shadow. They look like they're about to eat flesh. What is going on in that image? But anyway, the idea that he has a thick skin. And oh my God, I know you can do this. You're so tough, but why are you doing this? First of all, Donald Trump, the reason he asked that is Donald Trump was once again talking about how everything's so tough on him, and it's amazing that I'm able to do it, and I'm giving up so much. The dude never stops talking about the supposed sacrifices that he's making when he is doing nothing but benefiting politically, in terms of power, and financially from all of this.
Pausing here to deliver some honest truth as we do in our news coverage as well. TRT is facing challenges, guys, as the entire industry is. You know who could make the difference? You. If you hit the join button below, it's going to make all the difference and keep us in business. We appreciate you. Thank you.
David, what do you make of that?
Well, the irony is you could pose that same question to any presidential candidate of either party for the last 30 years, because running for president is tough, and your entire life gets under a spotlight, and you have to deal with all kinds of crap and all the problems that your family has, and you separated from your family, and there's tensions. It's brutal. But the normal answer from people who are running for president is they say, you know what? The sacrifice that I'm making, the pain that I have to go through is nothing compared to what so many other people out there have to go through who are not running for president. And if I can somehow change the United States and make it better, make it greater, make us safer, make us more prosperous, then it will have been all worth whatever discomfort I might have felt. And there's a variety of, there are variations of that answer, but that's the answer you get from every Republican and every Democrat when they're facing that same question over the last 30 years. With Donald Trump, he doesn't even go near there. He's just like, oh, it's me. Yes, I'm a great family man. Oh, yeah, I don't really want everybody to love me. No, I do. I mean, it's crazy.
The sickest joke of that question is that President of the United States is allegedly civil service. Allegedly, he's in there working for American people. So the answer should be obvious in the question of why is he doing this? Well, the job is to work for the people who elected you and the people who didn't, by the way. Like, the answer should be so implicit, but we're so far past the Rubicon at this point in terms of public service. Like, Dr. Phil can't even bring himself to even present that farce as an idea that, like, of course Donald Trump is doing it to serve. This is a service he's performing. Duh, the sacrifice is for us, John. Duh, can't you see that?
I mean, look, I'm not saying that there's one explanation as to why he's running for office. I think there are several compelling options. One, he's obsessed with power and he thinks it'll bring him some sort of satisfaction or solace within his life that money and family and business never has. It could be that he just wants to make money off of it. It could be that he just wants to avoid going to prison. There are a couple of compelling arguments. Dr. Phil has not considered any of these. He also, by the way, apparently didn't consider that when he's talking to Trump about this and specifically saying you don't feel the need to have these people love you, he's talking to a man who was literally just found guilty of paying hush money payments to cover up the fact that he was having yet another affair behind his wife's back. And look, I'm not surprised that Dr. Phil doesn't mention the reality of not only that case that Trump lost, but also the New York fraud case, and also the E. Jean Carroll. He was literally found guilty of sexually abusing a woman like a few months ago. And Dr. Phil's like, what name so? I've never heard any of this. But of course, he can't bring up those things, because if he does, the interview's done. He'll never get to put it up. He'll never talk to Trump again, because, and this is the perfect, I think this is the reality beyond the ridiculous thick skin thing that he's talking about, is Donald Trump will never talk to anyone who will ask him tough questions. He has surrounded himself with a marshmallow soft cocoon
echo chamber
of lackeys and goons and people who will never question him, and that's only gotten worse once he's entered politics. If you want to, like, Sean Hannity is the toughest interviewer he will sit down with between now and the election. He might show up for a debate, possibly, but only because he's terrified of being called a coward if he doesn't, and it's not a guarantee that he actually will. But, like, you're not going to get pushback from Dr. Phil. Or at least you'll get a slight bit. And I will give credit to Dr. Phil. There's apparently one time that he corrected Donald Trump, but not to his face, only in the edit. At one point, Donald Trump repeats his claim that people are pouring over the border from jails and mental institutions, and they corrected it to say psychiatric facilities. Oh, thank you, Dr. Phil. Is that not so compassionate of you to change that particular term?
Speaking of psychiatric facilities, and yeah, you're right. I mean, Donald Trump only seeks out the softball interviews, the interviews from the people who are essentially propping him up. But what's also so remarkable is to the point that Waz was making about, serving the public or serving the people. I mean, look, I think you have to have a certain amount of narcissism, a certain amount to run for president anyway. Who would want that job? But the difference with Donald Trump is obviously it's so much more extreme, and he cannot even fake that he wants to help the greater good or he wants to serve people. I mean, there have been presidents in the past who just, they want the airplane, they want the White House. It's the ultimate, thing to be able to be president of the United States. But at least they're able to put on some airs that, but we need to help people. We need to make that shining city on the hill, whatever it is. Donald Trump can't even fake it.
And it just seems obvious why the guy's running. He does enjoy the power. He enjoys the influence. His freaking son-in-law got like $1 billion from the Saudis the second he left office. Like, it's obvious what the benefits of having this job are. And so it's quite obvious why Donald Trump would want to have it again.
Yeah. I get why my final point. I get why Dr. Phil is doing what he's doing. He wants to juice the numbers of his show, which apparently exists on Pluto TV. I don't know if anyone watching this is familiar with the fact that he even had a show. So you need an interview like this. But what I don't understand is how we have come to this place in our culture, and maybe it's not new. It feels new to me. Maybe it's not. How we are, like, criminally incapable of looking at a person and their actions and their statements and coming to an accurate understanding of who they are. That you can look at Trump and millions of people think that he's tough, not sensitive, loyal to his family, cares about the common man, when they have received literally tens of thousands of pieces of evidence that is not true over the last decade. That people can watch all the decisions of an Elon Musk and come out of it thinking he's a genius. It's not even.
Why did so many mobs come? Why did so many come?
Show us who they are, and we can't see it. And I don't understand that. I don't know how to break through to people. But
why did so many fucking mobs come?
Seems to foster are killing us politically and
economically. That?
Thanks for watching the Young Turks. I really appreciate it. Another way to show support is through YouTube membership.
Yeah, I haven't watched the Young Turks in a few months, like a year. Or let's go look at what else they've got going on, huh? That was a good video. Well, I don't know. It looks like a lot of tribalism shit. So Alex Jones lost InfoWars, which we all kind of figured he would. Wow. Oh no. This seems like the same video, but let's watch it again.
What a great opportunity for you to stop this cycle, this vicious cycle of gotcha, gotcha back, gotcha, gotcha back.
We have to unite the country. We have to save the country. And that's not really saving the country. There are people that did some bad things. I know who they are and all of that. Revenge does take time. I will say that.
It does.
And sometimes revenge can be justified, Phil. I have to be honest. Sometimes it can.
And of course is Donald Trump in a sit-down interview with Dr. Phil, where he talks about how awesome revenge is. And sometimes it takes a while, but there's bad people out there, and maybe we need revenge. He asserts that these people theoretically might need to be revenged because they've done bad things, which is about as explicit or clear as he'll ever get about the supposed crimes of his enemies. Meanwhile, that interview is being conducted on the stage where the stolen classified documents were being stored. So you have his vague assertions of criminality, and then he is at the site of one of his crimes. But while talk of revenge has become sort of a constant in these Trump interviews, Dr. Phil would have you not worry too much about that. Okay, he doesn't think Trump is actually going to pursue revenge when he becomes president, and here he is making that case.
Is he going to work for the American people, or is he going to work for himself? What do you think?
Well, I think that's for the voters to decide. And if he continues to talk about retribution, revenge, then they're going to have to make a decision. If that's what he's running on, then I think people would say, I don't think that that's where I want to place my vote. And I hope that's not what he intends to do. I hope it's not what he's going to do. I think he's made a commitment during the interview that I did with him that that's not what he's going to do. And I hope as he moves further along and hears more voices like mine, voices like yours that say, that's not what we want, that's not what we need, I think he'll get the message that, look, nobody wants that. That's running your agenda, not our agenda. And that's what we need to say to all of these candidates, including Donald Trump.
Clearly a very intelligent man. He's earned every penny he's ever gotten. Yeah, Trump is going to listen to Dr. Phil and Abby Phillips, of all people. He's going to take advice from Abby Phillips of CNN, his worst enemy, to not go for revenge. And look, Dr. Phil can baselessly assert that nobody wants him to start locking up Democrats. I don't think that a majority of the country wants him to, but I do think tens of millions of those in his base certainly want him to. Many of the people who are going to end up in prominent positions in his administration are openly advocating on a variety of podcasts and Rumble shows literally as we're recording this. So that's a weird take from Dr. Phil. But understand, he's trying to maintain his access. He got to go to Mar-a-Lago, to the site of the classified documents theft. He got to speak to Donald Trump, and that's certainly a boon to his show. But before we discuss, I do just want to remind you that this was not the only time that he's talked about this. He had an interview with Sean Hannity 2 days ago where he said he would have every right to weaponize the DOJ to prosecute his political enemies. He says, you have to do it, but it's awful. Look, I know you want me to say something so nice. I don't want to look naive. Yeah. He wants revenge, and his base wants revenge. And look, they'll point to the fact that he got through his first term without locking up his political opponents, which I guess is for the most part technically true. But we know that he put pressure on Jeff Sessions initially to investigate Hillary Clinton. An investigation of Hillary Clinton happened during that time. And so it seems like that would be a lot of faith, I think unearned faith that you'd have to put on him to think that he's not going to pursue revenge if he gets the chance.
Pausing here to deliver some honest truth as we do in our news coverage as well. TRT is facing challenges, guys, as the entire industry is. You know who could make the difference? You. If you hit the join button below, it's going to make all the difference and keep us in business. We appreciate you. Thank you.
I want to start with you, Waz. What do you make of that? Is this bluster, or do you think that this is actually going to be his agenda?
No, man, I got a pretty long memory when it comes to Donald Trump's as a candidate. And he seems kind of cowed here, guys. I don't know. This doesn't feel like build the wall and Mexico will pay for it or lock her up. Like, he did that stuff with so much more verve than he's doing all of this stuff. Like, this guy seems pretty defeated. He seems pretty down in the dump after finally having lost an actual court case that people can say, yo, he did it, and it's been proven, and he's been convicted. He feels pretty cowed by this. And, you know, what I will say to add to that, honestly, John and David, if there are Democrats who have committed crimes and Donald Trump wants to use the DOJ to prosecute them, I say he does it, and he does it to the fullest extent of the law. If people have committed crimes and they're Democrats, lock their asses up. That's where I'm at with that.
Yeah.
I agree wholeheartedly, Waz. I mean, people who break the law, put them on trial and let a jury decide what to do.
Exactly.
My issue, I guess, in all of this is, and I also agree that I think Donald Trump seems to be somewhat broken, is that there's always that analogy about, you know, the most dangerous animal is one that is caged and cornered. And even though Donald Trump maybe has lost a little bit on his fastball, I think his intention is still to try to get some sort of revenge. And part of what's so creepy about all of this is I go back and forth between, you know, the United States and media. We are doomed, and oh no, maybe it's not gonna be so bad, maybe we'll survive. And I go back and forth every day, and then I see Dr. Phil doing the interview with Donald Trump about vengeance and revenge, and I think, no, we are doomed. When Dr. Phil has somehow become a key voice in this discussion.
Yeah, why is Dr. Phil a key voice in this discussion? What the fuck? What do I care about how well Dr. Dr. Phil grills Donald Trump? I don't care about that. Why is Dr. Phil interfering Donald fucking Trump? Is that show even live anymore? They're just wheeling out all the fat fucking asshole right-wing fucking gas bags to try to suck each other's dicks and fucking trick the world into believing in their fucking shitty fucking fascism and their war on drugs and their anti-women bullshit and their fucking bullshit. I'm sorry, and their Elon Musks and their fucking their Jordan Petersons. Like, I'm sorry, but like, it's just another fat shitty white goddamn Republican gas bag sucking another fat white shitty Republican white gas bag's dick. You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry, but it is.
Yeah, I will add to both.
Want to know what I would watch is I want to see Rachel Maddow fucking grill Donald Trump about that trial. You know, give her a chance. There's somebody who I don't care. I'm not even a fan of Rachel Maddow's. I just think she's a lot more qualified than motherfucking fucking Dr. Phil. What the fuck do I care about Dr. fucking Phil?
Energy is certainly lower, I think.
Like, I was surprised to hear the name. I was like, oh, that guy who was on television in 2004? Lord deliver me. All the boomers, they're just trapped in 2004. I feel like I'm the only one in my goddamn generation that actually outlived the year. All the rest of them are stuck back there like fucking Groundhog Day. And they all care about their fucking Donald Trumps and their fucking Dr. Phils and shit. And I'm sorry, but I just don't care about that stupid shit. Never did, never will. I'm sorry. I didn't watch Dr. Phil when he was on television. I don't care. Like, you know.
He wasn't totally checked out of the interview or whatever. He was doing his little sly smirks at the idea of locking people up or destroying democracy and stuff like that. But yeah, he doesn't have the energy that he did. In his defense, he's 1,000
well, he's 1,000 years old.
So I think it's only fair to acknowledge
he doesn't have the energy anymore.
I am at least a little bit.
What are you guys gonna do when this fucking guy who's voluntarily balancing on a pole, like a 10-foot fucking pole up there, and you're all just shooting spit wads at him and laughing and shit? What are you gonna fucking do when you don't have Trump and Nixon to kick around anymore? Sure, we all hate the Republicans or whatever. We fucking make Trump fucking like the world's joke, and you know. And, you know, The Simpsons talks about Republicans like, and so do I. And I think, you know, and they're just another party. It doesn't really fucking matter. But I mean, like, I don't know, though. I still don't like them.
Because not only is he a weak little man who hates everyone around him that's ever betrayed him and would love the idea of locking them up, but it's also... Like
to be fair, if you were so self-deluded enough to believe that you could be American U.S. president and actually do it like him, and anybody crossed you, I think if you're in the power business, you wouldn't really be down with anybody ever crossing you ever. That's something that I think that the Democrats seem to don't really understand about him. But I think they think that he's going to treat them well or something. But no. He's got a lot to atone for, and he's angry. Like, you know, he's really angry. But I don't fault him for hating the people who kind of left him high and dry. You know, I like it when he hates on other Republicans. I think it's funny.
The thing that can stand in for actually delivering to their base.
His ass was never a Republican. He still isn't a Republican. He's out there fucking cheating on his goddamn wife, going against God, trying to get out of the fucking court case of the public opinion that's just destroying him and tearing him a new butthole and in the eyes of our youth and all this. And that's all the kids are going to remember. The Stormy Daniels fucking porn star fucking trial, you know, and all his threats about rigged election, rigged this and that. And that's all the kids are going to remember is the Stormy Daniels porn trial. Trust me, they're going to be like, oh man, I know who Stormy Daniels is. They're going to name drinks after it. They're going to be like, bring me a Stormy Daniels. And they're like, what the fuck is that? Oh, it's, you know, it's 10 shots. It'll destroy your life. You know? It's a little too much. And it's loud when it gets here. It's crackling when it gets here because it's loud. Loud porn star, you know? like Flaming Mo. You know, you light the drink and it's like, whoa. Like that's like loud when the Stormy Daniels gets there and it's like vodka, but it's lit on fire or whatever. That's, I mean, seriously, that, you know, and trust me, that's what they're going to remember. That's all they're going to remember. They're not going to remember what race you were. You think this has pro-white stuff all over it because you're an idiot. No, they're not going to remember what race you were. They're not going to remember. All they're going to remember is that you had money and that you lost. That's it. Those are the two things that they care about. I think you really seem to attribute them to having a higher IQ than they do. I mean, they do. They've got high IQs, but like I'm talking about, like when like their brains don't go past those two facts. I don't think they think Stormy Daniels porn star case, cheating on your wife, evil man. And I think this is something that's so beautiful about people, even the right wing. In the end, they're going to be like, oh, wife cheating, you know.
It's a base that hates the establishment, the elites, whatever, and wants something to be done. You could actually do that. Sort of stuff. You could challenge the stranglehold that corporations have on our policy or the way that the wealthy have captured both parties. You could do all the actual substantive stuff to check the establishment. They obviously don't want to do that, so they need something to stand in for it. And, you know, they've gotten a couple of years out of demonizing trans people and all that. But locking up prominent Democrats is a wonderful diversion or distraction. Because it looks even more like you're actually kind of going after the establishment. I mean, some of these people are politicians. Some of them have been in office. Now, it isn't actually delivering anything for their base, but I think that to their base, it'll look good in the place of where real reform should be. So I think it's going to be hard to turn that down, especially if you get, like, it's one thing to campaign on this stuff when you're trying to get in office, but when you're actually in office and 6 months have gone by and the only thing you've even proposed is more tax cuts for the wealthy, you kind of have to deliver something for your base. And I think that this could be an easy stand-in.
He's not focused on any sort of change, major policy change.
Hi guys, you should let me take it. You should let me take it so you can get it back from me.
And his own sort of being redeemed. And the way he gets redeemed is either winning on appeal or somehow being able to stop these other court cases and not going to jail, then winning the election, and then he can do whatever he wants with Democrats. That's his entire
I'll leave if you want me to. You want me to leave?
And so the idea that we should expect, even if Donald Trump, you know, on his best day, does Donald Trump really have some sort of policy he really wants to enact? Does he really have any sort of change he wants to make for the world other than make rich people wealthier? Of course not. Donald Trump simply wants to promote himself, and right now his image has taken a hit because of the convictions, and he feels the need to change that and redeem himself in the eyes of everybody.
I just think we shouldn't underestimate the power of simply owning the libs. Like, just by virtue of winning, he has done a great service to his base who just hate the libs, hate the Dems, and want to see them lose. Like, his 4 years in office, what did he really do for them? Like, he built a little chain link fence across the border, barely built a wall. He cut the hell out of taxes. He got his little Muslim ban. I know they did love that one. He got his Muslim ban, but other than that, he just existed. And they were so freaking happy about it. I don't know that he actually has to do anything for these people.
Yeah. Yeah, I certainly agree. It's so obvious, but I don't know. Like, if I were to put it in metaphoric terms, I feel like owning the libs is something they truly value. One could even potentially call it the right's precious. And they are Gollum. And they will follow that precious down into the magma, unfortunately, not realizing that they're plummeting to their doom. They're so focused on owning some random teacher from Tennessee that, like, their spot was blown up by libs of TikTok, that they don't realize that their flesh is melting off their bones. I've perhaps taken the metaphor too far.
Thanks for watching The Young Turks. We really appreciate it. Another way to show support is through YouTube memberships. You'll get to interact with us more. There's live chat emojis, badges. You've got emojis of me, Anna, John, JR. So those are super fun. But you also get playback of our exclusive member-only shows and specials right after they air. So all of that, all you gotta do is click that join button right underneath the video. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Now come kill me. Come kill me. Get a kill out of this.
Your former governor running for president here as well.
Not my favorite. I wouldn't vote for her.
You don't want to kill me?
What did she do that you didn't like?
All right, thank you.
I mean, it'd take me a while to talk about all that, but she's not. What has she done for South Carolina? I just don't like her. You know.
It sounds like everybody's a crook except Donald Trump.
It is. That's how I feel.
But he's the only one really who's being indicted on.
Well, I mean, they don't like him. He knows a lot of stuff that's going on in this country. You know, he knows a lot of, and they can't win him over. He loves this country. He didn't even make a paycheck when he ran for 4 years. He really does care about us. I think the rest of the government and the presidents and all these people are all about money, money, money. He never was like that. He was a businessman anyway. And I liked him because of that. He wasn't in politics, you know. I think he does care about us. I do.
We're losing it. You know, everyone knows we're losing it.
What way? Can you define that?
Losing it.
I mean, we have.
What do you mean losing it, babe? You are not losing it. You are not losing this. You are not losing this. Your guy is a felon now, and he still might win. What are you talking about? You are sitting where you been up my fucking ass for the last 50 years at 50% approval. Hasn't gone up, hasn't gone down. Y'all motherfucking right-wingers have been up my ass for 50 fucking years with that 50% approval rate that hasn't shaken once from 49 to 51 in fucking 39 years or whatever, however long I've been alive. And so you are not losing this. Stop acting like a fucking martyr. You are not losing this. You remember when your little daddy Trump was like, I can cap somebody on Saks Fifth Avenue and get away with it, meh? Or I'm sorry, Saks Fifth Avenue on Fifth Avenue. I can Saks Fifth Avenue. So I can cap somebody on Fifth Avenue. Saks Fifth Avenue. That's what I think of. Like every time he like it's the Saks Fifth Avenue threat. Yeah, I'll kill you on Fifth Avenue and I'll still get elected. And nothing's changed. You guys are not losing. Yeah. If you got busted, you're losing now because maybe if you're a good person, you don't support a criminal anymore, like you done have been. You guys ever thought about how he owes $165 million in back taxes, and there's like 770 million Americans or something like that, right? Do you ever actually figured how much Donald Trump owes you personally in the taxes he's dodged? It's something like $35,000 or $37,000. And I think if this was a good world, the Republicans would just finally abandon his ass and demand their $37,000 so they can all get out of that shitty problem that they're in. And we may, but no, we can't. We got to be ununified. And he divided us. And we had to talk about the border more and abortion more. And he just divided us and all this. And I keep thinking, can't we take the criminals down together and all get a nice $35,000 payment and give us 5 years? If every American received $35,000 from all the money that Trump dodged taxes over, what would that do for this country if they all received a check one day for $35,000? They could all buy a car. They could all buy they could pay for 2 years of rent. There'd be no homeless people left in the country and shit like that. They could pay at least a year in rent or a year in a motel or a hotel or something like that. I wonder sometimes if we were to actually get the closure for shit like JFK, 9/11, COVID, Trump, Nixon, all that stuff. If we were to actually, MLK, I mean, if we were to actually get the fucking closure, how much better of a world it would be. And I think all the time, you have not lost this. Not only will we not see our $37,000 that he owes each and every single adult in this country or whatever, we'll never see that. We'll never see a prosecution of him. I mean, how have you lost this? And you guys are not in power right now. It's been 4 years since you've been in power, so it probably feels really cold right now. But I mean, I swear to God, Like, I don't see how you've lost. I don't see how you've lost. We've still got the same exact do-nothing Congress pushing your same exact do-nothing law and order, drug war, war against the poor. You guys are succeeding with that. You're constantly snagging us up. Both parties are snagging us up, and parties overseas and shit overseas and money overseas and Ukraine and all this other stuff. And that's okay, you know, Israel and all this. I don't mind playing global world police, but that's exactly what you motherfuckers do. And when you do that, I don't really support it as a policy. Never have, never will. And so, like, you guys have not lost. The Republicans have one half of the two hands that are on the wheel that are steering this ship into the fucking Bermuda Triangle. You have one hand on this wheel. You have not lost anything. You have 50% of the control of this fucking country. And yes, you're driving us out into Bermuda Triangle right now. You're killing us. You have a war against the poor. You got a war against the drugs. You got a war against everybody but who isn't you. I'm sorry, but like, you have not lost anything at all.
Laptop, right? The stripper humper. I don't know if I can say stripper humper, but I mean, it's on his laptop, right? Paybacks for the big guy. Media prohibiting the story about lying, cheating, stealing, molesting China Joe's son's laptop. I personally was deplatformed for that, right? Just like with the Fauci virus. You know, just speaking about the ineffectiveness of those clot shots. So you have a confluence of...
Yeah, but you still have 50% of this country. 50% of it, understand it? 50%. You still have got 50% of the Congress. You've got 50% of the goddamn Supreme Court. You have 50% of the votes. You have, like, most of the gender. Like, it pretty much, like, most men I know vote Republican. And it's goddamn disgusting. Like, I'm sorry, but, like, you have, like, you are not losing. You have not lost anything. You have one hand on the ship's fucking wheel. You are steering us into the Bermuda Triangle. I would die for leadership. I would drink the sand. I will drive into the fucking desert and drink the sand before I will follow you idiots anywhere. You have 50% of the control of this ship that you are steering into the Bermuda Triangle. I don't know how else to say it to you. You have not lost any fucking power. I despair every day I wake up in this country that you're still in power, that the Democrats are still in power. I despair of you. Despair of you. You have not lost anything. He's not lost anything. He's free. He walked out of the goddamn courtroom. You know what I spammed all day long the day they busted him for 34 fucking felonies? Ask yourself this question. If you had been busted for 34 felonies, would you have been allowed to leave the building? And I spammed it across ABC, NBC, Fox, fucking all their little chats on all their little YouTube chats. I spammed it for 40, 50,000 people to read and shit over and over again, and all the triples: CBS, KKK, CIA, FBI, ABC, CNN, Fox, all that shit, right? I sat there and spammed the same thing that I've always spammed. If you had been busted for the same thing, would you have been allowed to leave the building? Nah, motherfucker, you've lost no power. Zero power. You've lost zero. You understand? It's still the same old 50-50 deadlock of you driving us out into the middle of the dead of the ocean so we can all die of starvation and fucking, you know, poverty on the fucking streets. You still have one hand on the wheel, motherfucker. You've not lost any fucking power. And I think about it every single fucking day of my fucking life.
Bloodshot, the vaccines?
Right. You know, well, they had to change the definition of vaccine to pretend it was a vaccine. It's not a vaccine in any traditional sense.
Why do you talk like a valley girl when you're acting all like indignant? You fire off like Alicia Silverstone from, and trust me, the men from your generation and younger too, they do this as well. Both the men and the women do this. They act like Alicia Silverstone from Clueless, throwing some kind of valley girl tiff about something that they're fucking indignant about. You know what I'm saying? Listen to her do it.
Work that Trump did and his administration did to get those vaccines out, you think was in vain?
The work was...
Women for Trump are like Jews for fucking Hitler. And I've said that for 8 years and I'm not going to change it now. Women for Trump are like Jews for Hitler. Get it through your fucking idiot minds. Any female voting for the Republican fucking Party, that's like Jews voting for the fucking train to Auschwitz. You're fucking stupid if you're a female Republican, you fucking idiots. Stop backing these fucking genocidal, war-torn, fucking shithead, fucking fascists. Stop backing them. Stop doing it now.
Preceded Trump.
Your gender knows better. They've been trying to kill Roe v. Wade, and you're still backing him with the pink hat. Get that fucking pink hat traitor bullshit the fuck out of here. I don't want your Jews for Hitler bullshit. I need somebody with a fucking brain to act like they actually have a brain. You know what I'm saying? I'm sick of your Milgram's fucking levels of conformity. I'm fucking sick of it. Grow a fucking brain, idiot.
Oh, but he was. I'm talking about getting the vaccine. So that was he said we will get a vaccine.
If you're manufacturing a virus in a lab, you have a front row seat to manufacture the vaccine, don't you? I mean,
you're not. Let me just go. You're not saying that Trump manufactured.
No, like I agree with her. I pretty much agree with her. I believe that COVID is an army-born lab virus that was released on the world to sell fucking vaccinations. I believe this. Same thing she does. But I don't spout it all goddamn day unless it comes up. You want to know why? It scares the living fucking shit out of my fellow fucking Americans, which I cannot abide. I cannot stand. So I'll say it when it comes up. Oh yeah, I believe her. I believe that COVID's an army-born virus and they killed hundreds of millions of people, and I believe that the Republicans and Democrats are directly behind it. I fucking believe this with all my heart and soul. I don't, but it doesn't come up, does it? It doesn't come up very often, does it? I don't say it on my stream a whole lot. I don't go trying to rabble-rouse and scare the living shit out of everybody the fuck else. I believe what you believe, but it still scares the living shit out of everybody when you say it. I don't go running around malls saying bomb, 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 there's a bomb in the mall, right? It's the same exact shit. I don't go running around America saying that they farmed a virus in a lab to sell us goddamn fucking vaccines. I don't go around trying to scare Americans like that. Americans go around trying to scare me like that for doing drugs and being homeless and shit like that. They try to throw me in jail my whole life. They try to terrorize me and fearmonger me, and I view them as fascist pieces of shit, the American government. That's how they treated me all my life. I could sing the Red Hot Chili Peppers song, Hurt by the Cold, if you don't believe me, and it's not just me, it's everybody I know. Some of them are still on the fucking streets. And so yeah, I look at you fucking traitors talking about your fucking army labs or whatever, and I'm like, what does that fucking serve you? I understand that the understanding the truth is a good thing, but scaring the shit out of everybody else the fuck around you, I don't really see how that's very, like, you understand how this scares some people. I don't go around the little girls' choir talking about the boogeyman. I don't go around the little girls' choir at all. I don't go around, like, it's so weird. It seems like you're out in public trying to tell little kids, basically, what Donald Trump did with, with numbered fucking letters to words and shit. And it's, like, really weird. It's fear-mongering. To me, it's a different form of terrorism, but I don't believe in busting people for terrorism, really. I mean, if they're throwing bombs around, yeah. But I mean, I don't know, man. I think having a political opinion has been terrorized to this point where having a political opinion makes you a terrorist now. I would guarantee that half this country would probably call me a terrorist to my fucking face after listening to me speak as I'm speaking right now. They'd be like, you're basically a terrorist. You don't believe in either fucking bipartisan party. You don't believe in the lies. You believe in the same QAnon shit that all the alt-right idiots believe, but you don't spout it all day and live on it. Now, I don't live there. Because guess what? 67 fucking years have gone by since they've done anything about anyone or anything in this country. There's not been a policy short of Obamacare, maybe legalization of marijuana, a few things about gay marriage and stuff. But like overall, there's not been a policy. There's not been a law. There's not been anything done in our Congress in 50 years. They sat up there and they blow smoke up their own fucking asses about how much we should love and respect them all fucking day. for sitting up there in the fucking filibuster doing nothing all fucking day and demanding attention and respect for it. I'm like, oh, these do-nothings who haven't done anything in 67 fucking years, you know? 67 fucking years since the JFK murder, and we still haven't done anything, nothing about any of it. So I'm just like, well, okay, the golden age of understanding what the truth was in the 60s and the 70s and the flower power revolution, you know, it happened, and we all kind of, you know, we all listened to Abby Hoffman, and we started like maybe believing there was something deeper out there, maybe, you know, some Maharishi days and such, and we went through something better, and we bettered ourselves, and we started being yippies as opposed to yuppies, you know, or whatever, and we did a little bit better there, I would say. But I mean, but it's still 67 fucking years of nothing. 67 fucking years since the Congress has done anything except Obamacare and some student debt relief. I'm grasping here, grasping for straws about my own world's government, grasping for straws about anything that the government's done in the last 65 fucking years. I'm not getting anything. Nothing's coming up here. I guess Build Back Better. You know, we built some good roads and some good schools, and I think my parents' generation did really fucking well for this country, but I think the last three didn't, because we've been caught up in this tribalism for fucking ever, and we've had the do-nothing Congress for 67 fucking years. We never got closure for JFK, we never got closure for, well, we did get closure for MLK, but we still don't know what happened, because all the world's assholes are still running all the world's assholes' governments, you know? I'm sorry, but it is, and so yeah, 67 years have passed by since we've done anything about any of this. 67 fucking years. Twice my lifespan, something like that. Twice my lifespan has passed since we've done anything about this at all. No closure, no hope, no truth. Stop talking about it. Stop fear-mongering in public. Stop talking about it. We didn't do anything for 67 fucking years. You know, I promised to go do something. I would have stormed the 9/11 fucking towers and stopped this government way back when they tried to steal that fucking bullshit. They tried, you want to talk about real steals? Look at 9/11, you know, kill 3,600 of our own goddamn citizens. I want closure for that. I'll never get it, and I won't get it in 67 years. I won't get it before I die. So why the fuck should I listen to you about your crazy theories and problems and all this when we haven't had a solution in 67 fucking years? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't have to listen to it. I'm going to, but I don't have to. 67 fucking years of doing nothing in that do-nothing Congress while they cast kids out in December, you know, for unemployment ending and shit like this, you know? And, you know, and all this other stupid-ass shit. I'm sorry, but I'm very, very in tune with it. I watched the dregs of a lot of it. I've been a systematic fucking product of the system since I was 17. You know, I'm the Marilyn Manson that you don't like. I'm the man that you fear. There's nothing in the world that I'm scared of because it's been 67 years since anything good's happened. You know, for you, it's like, oh, it was cool. There was a golden age and kind of a, you know, there was like a, you know, like a bronze age and a golden age and and now we're in the dark ages. For me, it was dark ages since I was, what, 15? Dark ages, something like that. Since the day 9/11 happened, it's been goddamn dark ages. And I look at you talk about all this stupid shit. Like you think that infecting everybody's brains with it is going to change the fact that they haven't done anything about any of it in 67 fucking years. They never fucking will. I'm sure of it. I'm certain of it. As the sun will rise tomorrow, they'll never do anything about it. You can tell them all day what actually happened. They'll never do anything about it. They don't care. They don't care. They think it's funny when JFK gets murdered. Some of them cheered. They like chaos. Their whole point is chaos. You can call them demons. You can call them angels. You could call it like chaotic, like random numbers generated by the fucking universe. There's many different names for this. I don't know what the fuck you would call it. I think of it as thieves in the temple or whatever. But yeah, for me, it's been, what is that? 26 years of thieves in the temple. For them, it's been 67 years of no resolution, no closure, no understanding explaining what happened or why all of our best leaders are dead or anything. No, you know, none of us have any explanations or anything to tell our kids at night. We just have question marks now, where your world government shat in our mouth for 67 fucking years. And I don't want to hear about vaccinations or COVID or any of the other stupid, horrible shit that you all ushered in over the last 67 years. I know it's bad. I know it's bad. I know it's been bad for a long fucking time. I don't want to fucking hear about it anymore. I know it's been fucking bad. I want to hear about closure and solutions and prosecutions. Instead, oh, no, 34 felonies and the motherfuckers walking out of the fucking system. I catch a jaywalking ticket, boom, 4 years in jail maybe. You know what I'm saying? Motherfucking, I'm sick of the double standard. When he walked out of the building, to me, that was the death of America.
Vaccine. Saying Fauci when
You think it was like, oh, well, maybe we can save America if we prosecute him for all this evil. And I think, no, the day he walked out of the building after 34 felonies made it so I don't ever believe in anything America ever does ever again. I don't believe in anything America does anymore. The day he walked out of that fucking building after I've been fucking persecuted for 17 fucking years of my life for nonviolent drug offenses and all this shit, placed in jail, city jails, paid 35 grand to lawyers and all this stupid ass shit. I don't care how rich he is. The day he walked out of that goddamn building was the day that America died for me. I'm deadly serious. It was the day the Republicrats win. They sink the ship, but they all get to swim and we don't. I mean, that's literally what it was like for me. I cried that day. I was supposed to cheer at my enemy falling. Nah, I cried that day. I went in my bedroom. I fucking cried like a little girl. Because I was like, the Republicrats have sank the ship. And now they're swimming away as we go down with it. You know what I'm saying? Fuck them.
So you were the mayor of Clover, South Carolina. And was that the time when Nikki Haley was governor of South Carolina?
The first part of it.
Mention some fucking buzzword CNN name again. Mention how they might not have done anything their entire fucking lives. Never worked in a fucking day. Sat up there in their fucking city councils fucking everybody over who wasn't rich. Moved on up to Congress, started fucking people professionally. I'm sorry, but like, I don't care what office you held. I don't have any respect for that. I'm sorry, but I don't have any respect for that. I don't care what office you held in this do-nothing Congress. I don't respect anything Biden's done. Okay, cool. You were in Congress for 50 years. What'd you get done? Yeah. Oh yeah. What is it? Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Was it 9/11? Was it the quagmire in Afghanistan? Was it Kosovo or COVID? Was it the lies about 9/11? I kind of feel like you're probably complicit a little bit, both Republicans and Democrats, I think. You know, I'm just saying, my faith in the things that you say is immaterial till I get my closure. I'm V for Vendetta, bitch. You understand me? Till I get my fucking closure for you ruining my entire fucking life, making my job illegal, letting rich people run slipshod all over everything I ever did, and everywhere I've ever been, every city I've ever been to, destroyed. Like, I'm sorry, but like, until I get my fucking closure, I don't give two shits about nuclear bombs or your fucking trials or your bullshit. You sold this country to the fucking wolves for so fucking long. I don't care about anything that you say or do. You're worthless to me, both of you, Republicans and Democrats. I'm sorry, but you're worthless to me. You've driven this goddamn ship out to the dark waters of the Bermuda Triangle for too fucking long. I need some leadership. Take us back to shore now, bitch.
What is it then, as someone who served when she served, that has you out here for Trump and not for Haley?
Well, because I think with as screwed up as our country is right now, it's going to take somebody that gets things done outside the normal realm of politics. Haley was a decent governor, but she followed all the straight lines and did everything exactly by the book. I don't think we're going to be able to do that and straighten her you know, our country out, especially with the border issues that we have.
No, okay, what he's saying, and this is a right-winger saying it, and I absolutely agree with him. Every time one of you motherfuckers talk on camera, all I hear is hot fucking air for the last 27 fucking years, since the day that those planes hit. Every single time that you fucking talk, all I hear is goddamn hot air, while you just fill the fucking air with more bullshit about some lie that you told 20 years ago, or something that you did, or some war that you got us into. It sounds like hot noise to me. And it's weird because I remember having this attitude about my parents when I was like a teenager. But yeah, I'm like now, you know, at 40 something, I don't give two shits about what some fucking American government figurehead says about anything at all. I don't give two shits about what the media says. I don't care about what happens to these people. I don't care if they get into some other foreign war with nuclear bombs. I don't care until I get my closure about what you did to the last 3 fucking generations, and all the lies and all the bullshit and all the tribalism that you get us into, and some actual prosecutions and closures and stuff. Until we get our goddamn moment in court, I don't believe in anything that you say or do. Either party. You're dead to me now. Fuck you, assholes. Fuck you. Fuck you and the horse you rode in on, both parties. My friends have been hurt by the cold. Every single day that I wake up, I think about a list of friends that I have that are still on the fucking streets, and whether they're still alive or not. That's literally how I wake up each day. I think about, okay, all the people that used to run in my crew, that ran with me when I was like a kingpin type drug dealer. Like, who's still alive? I think about it every day when I wake up. I'm like, who's still alive? Who have they tried to kill? Who have they put in prison all of the rest of their lives and stuff? It's like, goddamn it, man. After a while, when you're hurt by the cold so fucking badly, you will not listen to anything that the abominable snowman says. When you've been hurt by the cold this long, you don't listen to anything that the abominable snowman says. You don't. You're just like, fuck them. Haven't had my goddamn closure for 27 fucking years. It's all a fucking jack-off fucking parade. I don't care what you say. I don't care what your CNN figureheads say. I don't care what you say about fucking vaccines or Joe Biden this or Trump that. It's called disillusionment, motherfucker, or disenfranchisement. You know, it's anti-disestablishmentarianism or disenfranchisement. It's identity problems and errors. Like, we don't know who we are anymore. I don't even know. I know that I don't like you. Neither Republicans or Democrats. And I want you out of here. Now, out of here isn't going to happen. So what do we do? What am I to do? I have to sit here and watch you drive this fucking ship out to the Bermuda Triangle and watch it sink while the Republicrats swim for their lives. If they have money, they manage it. If they don't, they don't. You know, that the new world is not Christianity or God or religions or wars or politics or governments or anything like that. It's money. That's all they really care about. They profess to care and they profess to prosecute. They don't care. As long as they're not the ones being prosecuted, they don't care. And even when they do bust one of these assholes, like the president, for 34 or whatever, the last president or whatever, for 34 fucking felonies, he still gets to skate right on out that fucking front door. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, why should I believe in anything that any of you fucking cocksuckers say? I don't believe in anything you say anymore. Not the media, not the government, not the lobby, not the people, not the DAs, the court, the SCOTUS. Nobody. Fuck them. Don't believe anything that any of them say. You've been lying for 67 fucking years straight or something like that. 67 years since we had any hope in this country. I'm fucking done with you. I'm done with it. Fuck them.
Talk about what straightening the country out means to you, and tell me where it needs some
straighten the country out. Understanding that no one in our government cares if we live or die, and fixing that issue right away. A government should live or breed sacrifice. That's it. I don't care if it's some opportunity for those government officials to provide some sacrifice to make our lives as Americans better. I want to see them out there in that puddle, crouched in it, sprawled flat, so we can walk over it and keep our feet dry. I have not seen an American politician sacrifice anything in 67 fucking years, except for their polls and their ratings. That's it. Oh, they all jack each other off and call things and kill their dogs out in the gravel pit. All this stupid stupid-ass profane shit, but they still are jack-offs who have done nothing for 67 fucking years. And I'd fight them, but they're my brothers and sisters, so what do? I sit there and I whine like a little bitch. What can I do? I can't do anything. They killed us. Well, we're hurt by the cold now. I can't go a single minute without thinking of methamphetamine and how I want to kill my government. We're hurt by the cold now. You know? Sorry.
Well, straightening the country out to me for the first thing, and probably most important thing, would be to get the border closed. We got folks in this country that need jobs.
I want that border open. Stop talking about that border. It has been open for 100 years. You fucking clueless, tribalist, cocksucking shitheads. Stop talking about the border. No child will listen to you. Are you aware of it? No child in the world will listen to you if you say that word. Their social media minds shut you out. They'll just stop listening to you. If you say the word border, they will stop listening to you. All they hear is the same thing that I hear. Racist! Stop talking about the border, you racist shitheads! Racist shitheads! No child in the social media revolution would ever truck with it, and neither would I. Your fucking border translates to one word to me: racist.
Some of the jobs
I'm sorry, no one else in America talks like me, but oh, a lot of people think like me, though. You think I'm alone? Where did you think I got this? You think these are original ideas that I have? No, this is my inner circle speaking from the bottom of their hearts. My punk band, my people, we've been yelling about this since I was 14 years old, motherfucker. Shoot me in the back 45 times for pulling my wallet in my front door again in Brooklyn, huh? Or how about, I can't breathe again, huh? Or, hey, remember how you threatened me with 10 years in jail for possession, but you let Donald Trump go for 34 felonies? Why should I believe anything you ever say or do ever again? Why? You know? You're worthless to me. You're co-opted. You're corrupt. You're essentially, what we used to hate in this country. It's the establishment. You have become the establishment. You are essentially pushing this reality where nobody wins but you. That's it. Nobody wins but you. You're the one with 3 cars and 5 houses. Nobody wins but you, Mr. Trump, or whatever. You know, I get it. I've been watching you try to kill us all my known life. I'm sorry, but I hate saying this, but it is not hyperbole to me. I fundamentally believe this. I believe all of my life that the Republican Party has actively tried to kill me. From our 9/11s to our COVIDs. I believe it. I'm sorry. There's nothing you could ever say for me to change that. I don't volunteer this to shock people. I despair over it. I view that as essentially a party of killers out to take my life. I'm sorry, but I do.
The vaccines are taken. And they're not just coming from there. They're coming from China and some other...
Stop talking about Mexicans, you fucking racist piece of shit. Stop fucking talking about Mexicans and the border. Racist pieces of shit.
For me, we see a lot of...
He looks up and he looks around and yeah, 65% of the crowd around him is Latino. And they're all kind of shaking their head. Like, shut the fuck up, you dumb white honky. Shut the fuck up.
A lot of Latinos and folks... cross the border here too.
They're standing next to you, dude. Shut the fuck up. We all know it's true. You shouldn't say it. Shut the fuck up. I'm sorry, but who did you think did you come? Oh, you were here first, huh? You were just here when we all got here. You own this motherfucker. You're not an immigrant or anything, are you? Your family wasn't immigrants or anything. No. Kick them all out. No. Your hypocrisy and your talk about the border and your frankly racism. I will not call it anything else. Any fucking time some Republican mentions the fucking border again, I'm like, oh, crazy racist social media persons going off about the border again. Don't listen to crazy. There's a lot of paint fumes in that conservative bubble.
We see lots of them here. And a lot of them are looking for jobs. There's a lot of them at work farms and things of that nature have been here a long time. Even though some of them were illegal, they make good workers, but they have a...
Were your parents legal when they came here? Were your parents... I'm sorry, were your ancestors legal when they came to this country? I am sick of your border quagmire. It's the new Afghanistan. I'm fucking sick of it. Open that border and shut the fuck up, you racist pieces of Republicrat, betrayer, fucking Fucking traitor cocksucker, shut the fuck up about the border. I don't ever want to hear you talk about it again. I'm sick of hearing about the border and your fucking racist, fucking bullshit, fucking like tribalist bullshit where you're just like, fuck the Latinos, fuck the Latinas, they're not our neighbors or friends, they don't live down the street from us, kick them out of the country, block them all out of here, we're better than them somehow just because we're white, we came here like them but we're better than them somehow because we're white. Nah, you just sound racist. Shut the fuck up about the border, piece of racist shit. Shut the fuck up about the border. I can't stand the right-wingers talking about that fucking border. It's the stupidest, most fucked up bullshit. I can't even fucking stand it. As the Mexicans stand next to them and they're all tittering, you know? Yeah, oh, shut the border! And as all the Mexicans standing next to him are like, tee, I wonder if he knows that 65% of America is Mexican. You know? Wake the fuck up and Google it, you fucking idiots. I know it's cool for you to be kind of dumb down there in the fucking South and your fucking oaky fucking, you know, trailer park fucking lifestyle, fucking NASCAR dad boomer lifestyle or whatever, right? You're kind of too drunk or fat probably to, like, you know, form cognate thought, you know, cognate thought. And I'm sorry, but, like, I don't want to hear about what some middle-class fucking white dude from the boonies in the South has to say about the fucking border. I don't give some shit. I don't give two shits. I don't think you're part of it. I don't think you play a role in it. I don't think you have anything to do with it. I mean, yeah, it gets worse and worse here. The longer that we let the Republicans fuck us over and make it impossible to get a job, impossible to pay rent, impossible to pay for a tank of gas, impossible to pay for anything at all. And until we get them out of here, if you want to buy something ever again, if you don't want milk to be $100 a goddamn gallon of milk, you better get the Republican traders the fuck out of here now. I don't mean the fuck out of here. I mean, like, get their power base gone. We've had 100 years of them destroying this country. The evidence should be clear for you. These are not good evidence. These are bad actors. They have taken our ship and steered us out to the Bermuda Triangle. It's clear as day. I don't know how else to say it. And the further we get, the less they seem to care about what's happening. Am I wrong? Like, each year, they talk about policy and platforms a little less, don't they? They care a little bit less each year. Their pretense of actually liking us is crumbling more and more each year. When you can just see their active desire to straight up farm us and kill us. You know what I'm saying? Farm us and kill us. I don't know how else to say it. I don't want to be all fucking, like, one of the reasons I went off live is so that this is just on some video that people can go find it if they want to. But I don't want to sow some fucking revolution against these fucking traitors. Revolution starts in the heart and the mind. I want them to change on their own. I can't change them. I can't kill them. I can't excise them like some cancer. I can't fight them in some civil war. I need them to change on their own. They do not care if we live or die. They're racist. They want the Mexicans out of here. I look around this country and all I see is Mexicans. That's like saying, we're in the ocean, but I don't want any water. It's really dumb and crazy and racist. It's racist. I'm sorry, it is. It just comes across like that. I know it doesn't seem like that to you because you've been doing it for 50 fucking years, but I don't even want to hear the word border again. All I hear is the word racist. Fuck you. You sound racist to me. Fucking racist. I know it sounds leftist and cancel culture. Woke people could hope to be good and fucking leftists like me. I'm a good leftist. I'm not a woke motherfucker. I'm saying that change won't ever happen. I don't think that I woke up someday. I think that change never will or ever will happen. You never did and never will happen. I'm not woke. I'm far asleep. Very high, very tired, working every day, don't care about what happens. I'm done gone from the human race. I don't fucking care what happened here. You know, you guys fucked us for too long, hurt by the cold, put all my friends in jail and fucked us on drug charges and all this stupid ass shit. Fucking let us all die on the streets to fentanyl addictions and methamphetamine problems and all this stupid ass shit. Try to hold 10-year sentences over our heads for shoplifting when we're starving on the American streets, even though our fucking ancestors fought for this country and came over here on the, you know, the Nina and the Santa Maria and all this shit. It's like, come on, the Pinta and all this. It's just insane. Everybody came here at some point. Even the Native Americans came here from some point, from Pangea. You know what I'm saying? So, like, nobody's better than anybody else. Shut the fuck up. Open the border. And your racist bullshit, stop doing it or I won't vote for you. Either side. Every time a Democrat continues to back the drug war or back the fucking war on the border and the war on the poor and the war on the Mexicans and the war on the blacks and all this other shit, every time a Democrat continues to back that shit, I think, well, aren't you worse? You're worse. You're the guy who just goes along with it. You're not the child molester. You're worse. You're like, you know, the Democrats are like Ghislaine Maxwell. Which one's worse, Jeffrey or Ghislaine? I think Ghislaine's worse. You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry, but I do. I think Ghislaine Maxwell's worse. And that's what the Democrats are in this situation. Every year that goes by that drug war exists, every year that this fucking filibuster exists, every time they go another year with our people dying in the streets of poverty and all this shit, they want to send money overseas for war. Yep, I think, yeah, you're just worse than the Republicans, aren't you? I don't care if you change parties and convert to social democrats. I don't think that changes who you are. I don't think that saves you. I think you back the same drug wars and bullshit, and you let them do the Patriot Act. You should have fought harder. Now we're dealing with the worst dregs of the Patriot Act. I mean, we fought it, but I mean, with the filibuster, what can you do? I have some sympathy for the devil. You know what I'm saying? But you're still the fucking devil. Every time you back that drug war, every time you fucking, you know, every time...
Associated with a lot of them that just happen to live in our town that they think it's all right to get drunk and walk around with a bottle of liquor on Saturday.
Yeah, it's called freedom. Yeah, I believe in that too. I believe it should be totally fine for an American to walk around the streets in the country where he lives drunk. I'm sorry. I realize that you believe in fascism and that you think if you're drunk in public that you should get an MIP or a terrible charge and go to jail because you think jail's the answer to fucking everything. I think you're a traitor and you're against the poor and drunk people and you're against Americans and I think you're traitors. I'm sorry. That's what I think of it. When you say, they walk around drunk all the time and stuff. Yeah, they're Americans. Even if they came over here through the border or whatever and came across the fence, I still think of them as Americans. They can walk around drunk all the time if they fucking want. I thought we liked freedom. You know what I'm saying? You don't like freedom. You believe in jail for everything that isn't being rich and white. I'm sorry, but you do. You believe in jail for anything that isn't rich or white. Look at the detention center on the border if you don't believe me. And I know you think that, that's just mistakes and we got to fix it and get out of it. No, that's what your actual policy is as the Democratic Party, or it never would have happened. You're just as bad as them. You're just as bad as them. You're the Ghislaine Maxwell that calls up the teenage hooker on the phone and sells it to Bill Gates. You know, you're way worse. You're like the people that back the really evil people. Every time they kibitz for some Patriot Act or some fucking war overseas like Afghanistan, you go along with them because you're not powerful enough to actually vote for higher than 51%. Why should we vote for either if we can't get an actual fucking decision out of either party? It's a valid fucking question. I love Obamacare. I like Obama. I don't think he was a pederast, you know? I thought he was a good president, and the reason I think this is because I have benefited from healthcare. When I look for other reasons to like other presidents, I don't find anything at all. Anything at all. For 50 fucking years, nothing at all, you know? My education was good because we paid for it. I didn't pay for it.
Safety and keeping folks that had too much to drink off the streets seriously.
Nope, I want more people on the streets. I think the homeless are a problem to you rich white assholes for only one reason. It raises the question, who owns the land? I think it's all a power struggle about owning land with you shitty rich white people. And I think every time you bitch about a fucking homeless person, it's because you know that person's presence raises the question, who owns that land that he's standing on? Is he paying for the right to stand there? You know what it is. I know you're too much in the box to understand it, but you're fucking stupid. You didn't read books all your fucking life. You're not intelligent. You have no idea how incredibly suppressive you actually are as a public, as a people, as John Q. Public. You are really fucking fascist. The American people are extremely fucking fascist. You don't want gay people having marriages. You don't want people doing drugs. You don't like butt sex. You don't like gay people. You don't like black people. All the things that I love. You know what I'm saying? Whatever. You know, like, I'm serious. Like, and you would illegalize those things if you could, just like you're doing with Roe v. Roe v. Wade, you would illegalize all of these things if you could. Just like you call for the border. I know why you say that word border all the fucking time. Because it's like, oh, we get to hate on the Mexicans some more? Yeah, border, rebel, white power, all this stupid ass shit. Seriously, that's what it sounds like. It sounds like a Proud Boy full of hot noise every time you bring up that fucking border. Stop being racist. Stop talking about the fucking border. Accept that 60% of America is Latina, and move on. Shut the fuck up. You're a goddamn transplant too. Shut the fuck up. I'm sick of your racism. I don't care. I'll call it. You think I'm ad hominem, but no. It's been 67 years. Everything I'm saying is accurate and can be proven in a court of law. I would prosecute you for it if I could. These are things that I could prove in a court of law. You know, so I say them. I don't hear about that border ever again. That fucking border. Shut the fuck up about the... Well, yeah. Should we have had a border when your ancestors came over here then? When your ancestors came over here on a boat, should there have been a fucking big fucking wall with chain link fence on it, with guys with guns pushing you around, pushing little children with the fully automatics like Ileon Gonzalez or whatever? You really think that's what should have happened to your fucking ancestors? That's what happened to these people? Why shouldn't it have happened to your ancestors then? What's the difference between your ancestors and these people? Let me tell you, there's nothing. You shit the same color of blood. Maybe your skin color is different. That's it. You all shit the same. You all have the same racist bullshit. You're all fucking idiots. You're all low IQ. You all don't read books. You know what I'm saying? Like, I read a book in the last day. Did you? Like, I'm serious. And like, I'm dead serious too. I read like goddamn, like, I read for 6 hours today. I'm dead serious. Like, you know, like I'm serious. Like, I read Robin Hobb. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that's like a reality that died along with the hope for this country 67 years ago when the fucking filibuster Republican traitor fucking push started with, you know, well, the CIA.
Pretty country to be if that was the only way to get here.
If Donald Trump is, I mean, you're a man of the law and you were mayor of Clover, if he is indicted by a jury of 12 people on any of these 91 counts, would that challenge your support of him at all?
No, the only thing would challenge my support for him would be
rape,
if he was
murder.
disqualified.
It should take rape and murder.
Then I'd have to look somewhere else.
Yep.
I don't think he'll
Yeah, this is all about, white guy on his power struggle. I'm sorry, but it is.
Is there a Democrat?
Every time you say the word Trump, I think white guy power struggle now. Oh yeah, I love the white guy power struggle with the Republicrats and their do nothing traitor Congress bullshit and the do nothing traitor congressman versus the do nothing fucking television star. You know, it's like, Jesus Christ, are you guys even aware of it? Are you aware that we've been laughing at you for 30 fucking years? Why did you think that The Daily Show ended up being more popular than Rachel Maddow? It's because we're laughing at you and have been for 30 fucking years. Your politics and your world government are a joke that I laugh at on the fucking Colbert Show. I'm sorry, but they are. It's a joke. Your world government, the U.S. government is a fucking joke. Your racist fucking platforms, your bullshit. I'm sorry, but they are. Your platforms are mostly racist. It's about exclusionarianism. That's not a real word, but it's about exclusionism. It's about excluding others. It's my land, not your land. That's what the new America is. It's like, get the Mexicans out of here. This is my land, not your land. My parents grew up here. They came here illegally, just like your parents. But the difference is they were white or whatever. So we're better than you or whatever. This stupid ass, like, privileged white right wing, like, good old boy from the South horse shit that we've always dealt with in this country and frankly hated. I know you think that you're Jedis. You're not. You're the Empire. Only cis working ass absolutes like you, where Mexicans can't come here, you know, or 34 felonies aren't enough to make a rich man go to jail, you know. Or any of this other stuff, you know?
Is he supported?
No. Not right now. I was a Democrat years ago.
I don't believe you.
When the Democratic Party truly was a working man's party.
I don't believe you.
It's not that anymore.
No.
It's a liberal party that everybody goes to oppose anything it makes any sense. To be quite frankly, it's just ridiculous.
Is there, if I give you some names of what you like, if you had to vote for a Democrat, let's play a game. Michelle Obama.
Not in a million years.
No, she's black. No. You know, I like Kamala Harris. I didn't know. But Kamala's interview on Jimmy Kimmel this week really changed my opinion of her ability to lead this country. And I now believe in Kamala Harris for taking over as president.
It wouldn't be her decisions. It would be Brock's decisions.
What about Vice President Harris?
No, absolutely not.
Governor Newsom in California?
He'd be the worst of all the ones you mentioned before. I mean, look at California. You know, if you want to live in a state that's broke and got homeless people and transients sleeping all over the streets.
Yeah, because you guys haven't done anything for 60 years. Maybe if you actually ran some fucking, you know, help the poor legislation and maybe actually address the issue, did some things that politicians do, you know, to address big social issues. But no, you're up there talking about the tribalism and the Stormy Daniels porn star trial. You don't care what happens in this country. The porn star trial is proof of it.
State of California, which is terrible.
I'm sorry, but I don't give two shits about what an American leader does in their marriage. I know you small-minded piece of shit Americans do, but I don't care what a fucking leader does with their marriage, be they male or female. I think cheating is not the public's goddamn business. I don't think it's ever been the public's business, and I don't know why the news media is allowed to bandy it about and use it to sway politics and the lobby and all this stupid-ass shit. I don't know why it mattered that Bill Clinton got a blowjob. I don't know why it matters that fucking Trump slept with Stormy Daniels. You and your Republicrat fucking traitor. Look at what's happening in this hand while we fuck you with the other hand. Bullshit. It's not riding with me. It hasn't for a long time. Like, you've been traitoring us too long. Like, I'm sorry. It's obvious now. When he walked out of that fucking building, I knew we were dead. We were dead. The day he walked out of that building was the day the music died. And he was singing, bye, bye. Trump walks out of the court. 34 felonies. He doesn't spend a day in jail. Everyone else in this country spent 4 years for one. But this is that day that the country died. This is a day that we just back the rich people instead of actually obeying the laws. And we were singing 34 felonies, and he walks out the door. There goes the death of America. I'll call it what it is. It's the death of America. The man walking out of that building was the death of America. If you didn't know what it was, I do. I'm not stupid. I've never said the word death. I've never used the phrase death of America. But him walking out of that trial, after being convicted guilty of 34 felonies that he was guilty of, and just walking on out the front door, my faith in this country was irrevocably damaged. It's a deal breaker. I don't believe in the government. I don't believe in the Democrats. I don't believe in the Republicans. I don't believe in the U.S. government. I will not support them or vote for them anymore. I don't want them anymore. I consider them a bunch of do-nothing traitors that are just stealing our money. Parasites, essentially. And I view them as, let's see, the Empire. They're the Empire, and I'm Han Solo, and or whatever. I'm Luke Skywalker in this fucking weird jack-off fucking mental masturbation thing we're doing here, right? I'm Luke Skywalker, and you guys all think you're Luke Skywalker too, but you're not. You've been back in the Republic, or the Jedis, one or the other, forever. And you're not. You're not a fucking Jedi. You're the piece of shit do-nothing Senate that burns the whole fucking deal of the fall of Rome anyways. You're one of the Republicrats, that sank the world. You sold the world. David Bowie sang a song about it in the 70s. I laughed and shook his hand, made my way back home.
To support his legal bills in New York.
Well, they're trying to take every penny he's got anyway. I mean, look what they're doing for his towers up in New Jersey.
Well, he kind of owes, like $165 million in back taxes. So, yeah, I really don't care how much money they try to extort out of him. No. Nobody cared when it happened to me. Why should I care if it happened to him? Y'all been acting real Christian, real right wing, and real conservative, and you know, family values party and all this. But you've been casting out the head cornerstone. You've been judging. You haven't been loving thy neighbor. Remember that Mexico's our neighbor? Remember that commandment? Love thy neighbor. I love hitting you guys with your own fucking fascism and your fucking your hypocritical bullshit. I'm sorry, but like, you've been traitoring this country for too long. I want you out of here. I don't mean out of here. I want you out of the White Palace. You obviously can't be around any of the American public's money. You'll just steal it. Get the fuck out of here.
If I had the money, I'd definitely give him some.
He's a billionaire, and you give him money?
Yeah, but they're trying to take all that. Have you not seen what's going on? You know, they're trying to take all of his towers. They're trying to take all of his... I mean, some woman from, 40 years ago comes up and says she was raped and got millions of dollars.
I don't care about if it's 40 years ago, if he raped her. I don't care if it was 40 years ago. I don't believe there should be a statute of limitations on rape. This is something that's come up on my channel a lot, you know? I don't believe there should be a statute of limitations on rape. But the Republicans and Democrats do.
From him, they say.
Or at least they did until 1976 or something like that, you know? I look at this and I'm like, yeah, you know, it was cool up until like 1963 something. 1969, it was cool. You know, even before I was born, it was cool. But I don't know, man.
Listen, she's talking about going shopping. She's not even talking about supporting the people that really has got raped. Do something for them, you know, get some kind of counseling. You're talking about taking all your buddies going out shopping somewhere. I mean, that's the kind of stuff that bothers me, you know?
People are talking about freedom of religion. They're talking about how they're trying to infuse more Christianity into our politics. How do you feel about that as well?
Well, I am a Christian.
Do you believe in separation of church and state?
No.
I don't know for sure. I just know that I'm a Christian. I also...
Just say no. Just say no, you fucking hypocrite. Shut the fuck up. Say no. Be honest. Fucking own it. I will respect you more. Just say no. You believe in church and state. What's wrong with that? See, this is why I don't respect the Republican Party any more than the Democratic Party, or any less. You know what I'm saying? You guys don't stand up for anything. I can't remember the last time you stood up for anything except healthcare and wars overseas. Those are the two things that you do believe in.
My God, you know.
If Donald Trump loses again, what would that mean for you, and what do you think that would mean to the country?
Honestly, I think if he loses again, I just think it's going to be a very bad thing. I do. I think the taxes are going to go up. I think the border might get worse, you know, and the gas prices. Well, I mean, when Trump was in House, we had cheap gas. We had our own people making gas, and Joe Biden shut that pipeline down the first day he signed it. All those thousands of people losing their jobs. I just think it's going to be...
Yeah, we are today drilling more oil, domestic oil, than we ever have in the history of the country.
I don't think so.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
No, we are. That's what
we are. That's
where are they drilling at?
Throughout the country.
Texas, Alaska.
I mean, that's a fact. I mean, I'm not making that.
No, I know that. But what about our own country though? We were doing it in our own country. We, making our own gas here. We didn't have to go to another country. You know,
Alaska, and where do you think Texas and Alaska are? Or are you stupid? I think you're stupid. Did you think Alaska was another country, or?
Here, so.
Well, we're drilling it here now, is what I'm saying.
That is wonderful. I'm glad to hear that.
Donald Trump in 2020 was very critical of the Black Lives Matter movement, and
I don't think so. I didn't see any of that. I think I never saw that, heard that before, but you'll have to prove that one to me because I never seen that. He actually did so much for the black community.
No, I'm saying he was critical of the Black Lives Matter movement. That movement.
Was too. What kind of crap was that?
Well, he's inviting them now. He wants their support, and he's saying that.
Well, you know what? Most of them will come over because they got lied to about the Black Lives support. They didn't get any money that Joe Biden promised. None of that went towards what their cause. And they were out there burning down buildings, killing people, robbing people. Who would want to support them then? And maybe they changed their attitude. Maybe that's why he invited them on. Maybe they got sense now.
What do you feel about January 6th in that light?
I think when you are at the White House and you have police officers asking you to come in and showing you the way, they did. Come on in. Come right in here. And I think that man that shot that lady and killed her, he needs to be in jail right now.
Yep, I agree.
I think it's ridiculous to have our boys still in prison for what they believed in. It would have been a simple protest, but the people that worked there caused that. They were. I watched it. Come on in. Come on in. Jump over there. Jump over there. They never try to stop anybody. They encouraged it. All those cops there encouraged that whole thing. And there's people that murdered walking the street, and we got somebody that had their freedom of speech trying to go there, and they're still in jail. They're treating them horrible.
Some have been convicted on felonies.
Well, they took the plea where they could get out of there. A lot of them, because, I mean, can you imagine just being in prison all day for something you believed in when they got...
She's got a point about this.
The cops were like, come on in, come on in. And that guy that shot that girl, I hope he rots in hell, tell you the truth about it.
Me too. Me too.
Donald Trump, what is it that you like so much about him?
I like it because I could buy gas for a couple of dollars because I use premium and now I'm paying for it. And I like it because I want him back president because of the safety of our country. And I'm a true, and I love our country. I mean, God bless America. You know, this is all we have. This is what's happening, in my opinion.
How much of that do you blame on the pandemic, the price increases and the cost of living as we adjusted from a pandemic?
I don't blame any of it on that. Honestly, I worked through the whole thing and my stocks went sky high. I mean, I was blessed to have a good job, but people got, they used that as an escape to go, give me, and Joe Biden allowed that. And after the virus was over, he never did anything to tell people to go back to work. He was enjoying and giving them money. He likes giving money away. I mean, look at the money he gave Ukraine.
Trump gave us PUA, not Biden. Trump gave us PUA, not Biden.
I mean, he just likes to do that kind of stuff.
Do you support the giving money to Ukraine?
No, I support him taking care of our border and people here in the United States that need money.
What about Israel?
Nope.
Well, you know, Israel
Nope.
is God's chosen people.
Nope. I mean, yes, what she's saying, yes, but I mean, I'm like, I'm sorry, but I do not believe that that we should be involved giving money overseas. We have a war going on within our own borders. It's called the drug war, and it killed us all. And anybody talking about war overseas can suck a dick. They're traitors. Democrats or Republicans, I don't care. I don't care if it's Biden or anyone else. I don't care if we have, like, I'm sorry, but the world's got to understand that we're selfish, and we've got to cut the purse strings here. I'm sorry, but we got problems within our borders, you know.
And I do support Israel because that is not part
I support Israel, but I don't support American
Ukraine
aid to Israel. No.
that part of our world. I don't think they have anything to do with it. I don't think it's there. I think that we should do that for them.
You think it was what?
I think we should help Israel.
But that's the same money that you say we shouldn't give because it takes away from problems here.
First, I would rather take care of our own people. Or our own country is number one to me. You know, and if we have a few dollars, I'd rather
She's
go
like
to
saying
Israel
both sides.
than anywhere else.
It's kind of funny.
If Donald Trump is indicted on any one of these 91 counts by a jury, not by a judge sitting on a bench and saying you have to pay us this much money, but by a jury of our peers, sort of the pillar of our judicial system, how would that affect your opinion?
Well, I think all of that is just a hoax. I don't think he should be charged with anything. I mean, look what he's done and look what Joe Biden's done. Nothing ever happens to Joe Biden for anything he has done, like keeping all the important papers in his garage. They buzzed Trump and he had them in a safe. You couldn't even get in his house.
Why do you guys care about those important papers in his laptop or whatever the fuck? You really think someone should lose their job because they forgot to take because they took their work home with them by accident? Do you really believe that? I mean, I guess so. maybe in the CIA where like intelligence actually matters and might affect lives, but I don't know about firing a president because he took his laptop home with him. I don't know about that.
Oh, I don't believe that Trump has done anything that bad not to run this country. I really don't. And the judges don't like him anyway.
Well,
Nobody likes President Trump. But, I mean, you know, authority-wise, I don't think.
Forgetting the judges, I'm talking about a jury, which isn't authority at all.
They're being influenced, and I even think they could be paid off. I really do. That's how I feel about it.
So even if he's indicted, you don't think that the jury would have been paid off?
Could, yes, I do think that. Mm-hmm.
She does.
If he were to lose again, what would that mean for the country, in your opinion?
You mean if President Trump was to lose for the first time? He's never lost a presidential election. Yeah, he had a historic turnout. 81 million people have never turned out for a presidential election. You know, I mean, were you up on election day?
Yeah.
Were you up when they stopped counting, which has never
Yeah.
happened before, until they calculated how many fake votes that were trucked in the middle of the night?
She's got a point.
Plywood over the counter windows that are mandated that you have observers, and they pounded plywood so the count couldn't be observed. But Trump still got the most votes of all time. That vegetable that was installed in the White House to be Barack Obama's third term can't fill a parking. Look at these people. That vegetable can't fill a Walmart parking lot.
Just going back to that question, if it turns out that he doesn't win this election, what would it mean for the country and for you?
We're taking faith lessons from Russia right now.
No, we aren't.
I mean, I personally homeschooled my kids all the way through.
Maybe you are, but I don't know what the fuck lessons I'm taking from Russia right now. I had a nice Russian teach me some stuff about EVE Online recently. I bet I have more Russian fucking experience with dealing with Russian people than this lady does. But she seems to be taking cues from Russians.
Probably shows. But we're taking faith lessons from Russia right now. Don't tell kids that are have always been born male and female, will always be born male and female, can only interact biologically as male and female. Don't tell them there's 61 genders. Don't tell them to cut anything off and stitch any dead meat back onto their skin and it's going to make them a male. Here's your dead meat, it makes you a male. That's garbage. And Russia knows that? You're out of your stinking mind. That Russia knows that.
And then the true homophobia monster rears its head.
In my lifetime, I'm under 60, barely.
Barely.
That I know that Russia knows that. You can't groom kids. You can't have kids online connected with a mentor that's going to tell them how normal it is to get naked in front of people. We have groomers in the schools. I mean, there's case after case after criminal case. I'm not making this up. Every day, there's some kind of Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence arrested for kiddie porn. Every day. Why are they doing lap dances? Dressed as women, making fun of women, demeaning women, pretending to be women. And why am I on the way to being legally required to call that sick freak ma'am? I'll never do it. I'm happy to eat your stinking prison food because I'm never going to call a dude in a dress ma'am. And our kids shouldn't be taught that crap.
I was talking about the presidential election. I'm just trying to get the answer on that. But where do you see that mandate coming from?
Where's that that mandate is coming from Satan, right? I mean, I don't know. Spiritual. It doesn't matter really if you do, right?
Doesn't matter. I'm just a guy with a mic right now.
That mandate's coming from Satan. Satan is the author of confusion. Satan is the author of death, right? So it's a death cult.
How does the presidential election bear upon what you just talked to me about?
You know, I used to think it was right and left. I honestly don't care. If you want a little more taxes taken out, to have a little bit bigger safety net, that's not at issue right now. At issue is holiness and evil.
Anybody you like for vice president that's on his list? Ramaswamy, Tulsi.
Ramaswamy, yeah.
Tulsi Gabbard.
Oh my goodness, I love Tulsi Gabbard. I love people that love America. I love people that love freedom. I love people that love my daughters the way I love their sons and daughters.
What about Nikki Haley?
I hate Nikki Haley.
How come?
Because she's running Trump through the mud. She's not loyal. I can't stand her.
How important is loyalty?
She was a crappy governor. She allowed the Dixie flag to come down. Crappy ass governor. Read the polls like this. I don't want somebody that reads the polls like this.
A lot of people around the country thought that the Confederate flag should come down, and it was a brave stand probably, and a risky one because it alienated people like you. How does that sit now?
I think she started the monument tear down. I think she directly led to Thomas Jefferson's.
Wow.
Was it Thomas Jefferson's statue that just got melted down? I mean, I'm losing track of the founding father statues.
Lee. It was General Lee.
Okay, but Thomas Jefferson's statue has also been torn down. Abraham Lincoln's statue has also been torn down. And Nikki stinkin' Haley started it. Nikki stinkin' cowardly Haley started that crap. She's not a Southerner. I'm not a Southerner. But don't move here and not be a Southerner. Stay the hell in New York City. Stay the hell in Long Island. You ruin that area with your child killing, with your high taxes, with your soft on crime government. California, stay the heck away. We don't need you. If you're gonna come down south, come down south.
But he's coming down.
Bible Belt. Don't have disdain for the Bible Belt. Don't have disdain for Christians. Don't have disdain for chivalry. I came down here in '83 to UNCC. In 1983, there's not one man, you could not find one man that would let a man in a woman's changing room, bathroom, dorm room, women's shelter. A women's shelter? You're gonna let a man in a women's shelter? In the Bible Belt?
Point of fact, I'm not in charge of it, but where do you get your news?
I'm not in charge
of it. Do your information gathering?
Well, you're right. Anywhere but mainstream media, right? Have they been right about one thing?
I don't know.
Well, I mean, was COVID, Fauci virus, was that an illness of the unvaccinated? Are people dropping dead suddenly with a clot shot? Have my own dad and my own brother had heart attacks because they watch your stinking mainstream and they still think it's effective?
Again, though, just the question being, where then do you glean your information?
Anywhere else. There's a lot of places, right? There's a lot of investigators. I mean, Julian Assange. What's he doing in prison? Hillary bleach-bitted, hammered, ignored federal subpoenas to not produce evidence. What's he doing in jail? You're putting him in jail to cover Hillary's crimes? The murderess?
Christian nationalism being brought up a lot in this election, and a lot of people who are in Trump world saying that they want to make Christian nationalism part of this election. How do you feel about that, and where it traces on the first amendment?
Sure. Can you define Christian nationalism?
I don't want to be unfair to them. Well, the way I see it is the nationalizing of Judeo-Christian ideas into our politics, into our governance.
I don't understand what you mean by Christian nationalism. I can be a Christian and I can be a patriot. So I am for Christian patriotism because one leads to the other. One leads to the other. I believe in Christ. I believe in loving my neighbor. I believe in my family. I believe in unending marriage and raising the children that result therein. I believe in respecting the lives of the children from the moment they're conceived. So I'm Christian and a patriot. They actually go together. So Christian patriot is what we should all aspire to. Now, if you're an atheist, that's fine, but you need to you will ascribe to the best parts of faith tenets. Because we have laws against murder, don't we? We have laws against robbery, don't we? We used to have laws against child mutilation, didn't we?
Do you see a danger in blurring the lines between church and state?
I think Christian nationalism is a dog whistle and a tool of Satan, right? You realize this Constitution isn't written for anything else but a moral people. It's not adequate to govern, let's say, someone who's going to Sharia everyone. Let's say someone who's going to suicide. It's not written for those people. Those people cannot be governed. Those people, like the Muslim rape gang in England, it's not written for them. If you're a Muslim rape gang, And there's plenty of news articles. I'm not a racist. I love people of all
Yes,
colors.
you are.
We have friends of people of all colors, but there are still Muslim rankings. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's not meant to protect. It's not meant to protect grooming children. It's not meant to protect statues of Satan in the public square. That's not what we don't have to honor Satan. I don't have to hail Satan. I don't have to pass a statue that my tax money is protecting.
I hear you. But Satanism is protected under the First Amendment.
Great. Go into your little Satan coven and cut up your little bats and drink their blood and leave me alone. I mean, the Constitution wasn't written for you. It just wasn't written for you. It was written for people that love people, love the Lord, love their neighbor, love their spouse, love their kids, would give the shirt off their back for their neighbor, not even their kids, not even their spouse, their neighbor.
Yep. Got it.
What does TYT stand for?
The Young Turks.
Oh, I think I've heard of you guys.
Yeah.
The Young Turks. Wait, did Dave Rubin used to be a Young Turk?
Dave Rubin used to be
I
with
love
TYT.
Dave Rubin.
I
Oh
know
my
Dave for a long
God,
time.
I love Dave Rubin.
I've had secret federal filings filed on me that I'm committing crimes, referred to the Justice Department.
Thank you, the Young Turks. I'm going to do a lot of Young Turks because I've always liked the Young Turks. I don't agree with some of the things they say, but I definitely like the Young Turks. Always have.
Of course, wasn't true. We'd already filed it in federal court months before. They didn't even checked it. If you're going to frame somebody and lie about them to damn federal court, you know it's already filed in court, you bastard. So, you. And anybody else that tries to go on you want war, you've got it. We're going to beat these people.
No, you're not.
I'll try to be dramatic here, but it's been a hard fight.
Wow. This weekend, Alex Jones went through a series of pretty bizarre meltdowns, in part due to his enormous legal troubles. In fact, he could be legally required soon to shut down InfoWars if the families of the Sandy Hook victims who he defamed and was found guilty of defaming get their way in court. Now, on Sunday, the family's lawyers filed an emergency motion. And in that emergency motion, they stated that Jones's media company, Free Speech Systems, has yet to show any intention of paying off the massive $1.5 billion judgment against it and Alex Jones. Now, both Jones and Free Speech Systems filed for bankruptcy reorganization after the judgment was reached. Typically, that's done in order to skirt responsibilities in paying the judgment. But the family's lawyers state that Free Speech Systems has no prospect of getting its reorganization plan approved by a court. So the emergency motion has asked the bankruptcy judge to liquidate the media company, Free Speech Systems, and by selling off its assets, those proceeds would then be paid to the families in order to pay some portion of the judgment against Alex Jones. Here's what the finances of Jones and his company look like, and buckle up, lots of juicy details here. According to the most recent financial statements filed in the bankruptcy court, Jones personally has about $9 million in assets, including his $2.6 million Austin area home and other real estate. He also listed his living expenses at about $69,000 for April alone, including about $16,500
fuck lives like
for
that?
expenses on his
What?
home, including maintenance, housekeeping, and insurance. I feel like a lot of people live on way less than $69,000 a month.
Pausing here to deliver some honest truth as we do in our news coverage as well. TRT is facing challenges, guys, as the entire industry is. You know who could make the difference? You. If you hit the join button below, it's going to make all the difference and keep us in business. We appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah. So if you're going to get sued and you're likely going to lose and you're going to declare bankruptcy, buy a giant home because they can't take your home. So he has a giant home in Austin, but on top of that, he's saying these are the bare minimum expenses. I did the math on it. That's $840,000 a year post-taxes in bare minimum expenses. Okay. So by the way, if you're happy to finance that lifestyle by buying the penis and brain pills he sells, God bless your heart. It's a free country.
It's a free market.
Yeah.
Do you, Booze?
Yeah, but it's also a country of laws, and one of our laws are laws around defamation, etc. in the cases that he lost. So since he lost those cases, and we have a justice system here, he has to pay those folks. There's actually an easy solution to this. But first of all, I can't believe his Amish friend isn't helping him at all. I thought the Amish were better than this. If you show the video again, you'll see that on the panel there appears to be an Amish gentleman. But I'm just having fun.
If you show the video, it appears that there are two people on that set that are terrified by his meltdown.
Oh yeah, like the other, even the guy that you could barely see who looks like a third of Sam Cedar. Okay, even that guy, he like looks like he's like almost withdrawing from the set. Like,
I mean, how could you not? He looks like he's about to explode. I mean, he is exploding. He's in the process of exploding right now.
Yeah. My favorite is when he cries later, and that is actually, see the Amish dude on the left.
Look at that guy. He's
and
like
third Sam Cedar on the right.
Oh, I really wish I was here right now.
Okay, anyways, seriously, back to the important stuff. So there's actually an easy answer to this. What the lawyers are asking for is $8.5 million a year, and I hope you're sitting. That's only half of InfoWars profits every year. And so that's actually a fairly easy thing to do, and they ask it for over 10 years, and if they have earnings above $9 million, take 50% of that too. So it's easy to understand here. Basically, the lawyers are asking for half of his profits, not revenue, profits going forward. Actually, Alex Jones should take that deal.
100%, and maybe we should consider selling boner pills.
No, I know. Look, that's what's so frustrating here, guys. We ask you guys to become members, etc. That's like a normal, legitimate way, like if you're subscribing to the New York Times or whatever, right? Or to cable. These guys are all hucksters, so they sell miracle shakes and brain pills. Like, that audience is going to get smarter. Sorry, but come on.
There's no pill that makes you smarter.
It's like, just, but the folks who think they need the pill are the ones that are going to take the pill and think it's going to work. Anyway, and mainly he sells penis pills, and because the frogs are gay, you're going to need these and stuff.
Right.
So that's how he makes his money, but he does make his money from that audience. Bless their hearts, free country, right? So just give half your thing. You owe the money anyway. But no, he's a lying cheat. That's why he has to go and cry like a little baby. He say, I don't want to pay my bills. I'm a deadbeat. And
I mean, he could try,
like deadbeats. We love deadbeats.
He could try not defaming people whose children were slaughtered in a mass shooting. That could also help out. But I want to get into some of the details about the supplements he sells because, according to the Associated Press, InfoWars' parent company, Free Speech Systems, which employs 44 people, had nearly $4 million in cash on hand at the end of April. The business made nearly $3.2 million in April, including from selling the dietary supplements, clothing, and other items that Jones promotes on his show, while listing $1.9 million in expenses. Now, Free Speech Systems has offered to pay the judgment at $7 million to $10 million annually, but the families countered the proposal, or countered with a proposal that Jones liquidate his assets or pay them at least $8.5 million annually for 10 years, plus 50% of any income over $9 million. So, with those details in mind, Jake, you still think that's a good deal for Alex Jones?
I do, because look at the math. I just did it. So 3.2 to 1.9. That means his profit in that month alone was $1.3 million. And April's not necessarily a good month in digital media. So, but let's just times it by 12. That's 15.6. You take away 8.5 from that. It's a little over half of the profits. It's not anywhere near the revenue. So he's got a comfortable margin. And so, yeah, I mean, look, Alex Jones probably isn't going to take the deal because he's going to try to hide every single nickel there is. And he's a terrible person. And he probably has definitely has no remorse about what he did to those families, chasing one of them around the whole country, as maniac followers threatening to kill them, etc. But he's like, yeah, but I'm selling them boner pills, so right? But now, as soon as somebody touches half his money, he's a sobbing mess. Like, he never cries over anyone else getting hurt, ever, ever, ever.
That's a good point.
But the minute that his own finances are hurt, he totally melts. He's such a bitch, right? Any compassion to any other human being, okay, that's one thing. But when all you care about is your money and how to trick the people that trust you the most, your own audience, trick them into thinking that their penises will be larger or that they'll be smarter if they buy your junk. So that's the kind of despicable guy he is. And as with Donald Trump, yeah, the people that they attack are victims, right? But the people that follow them are actually their marks, their biggest victims, because they robbed them blind. Alex Jones isn't trying to get money from the left or independents or whatever. He gets money from the people who make the mistake of believing it. Thanks for watching The Young Turks. I really appreciate it. Another way to show support is through YouTube memberships. You'll get to interact with us more. There's live chat emojis, badges.
Good emojis, yay. Oh.
So those are super fun. But you also get playback of our exclusive member-only shows and specials right after they air. So all you gotta do is click that join button right underneath the video. Thank you.
This is about shutting down the MAGA movement, shutting down conservatives, shutting down President Trump. Not only are we winning, we are going to prevail, and every number and every poll shows that. There's nothing that can shut me up, and nothing that will shut me up. There's not a prison built. There's not a prison built or a jail built that will ever shut me up.
Steve Bannon has had a no-good, very bad day, and while he's acting as though he's very cocky there and everything's going to be fine, he's going to spend some time behind bars. And now, Dan, go ahead, Jake.
Steve Bannon going to real jail.
Right here before we go.
Steve Bannon going to jail. Wow.
Any further? Nothing will shut me up. There isn't a single thing in the world. He was arrested for not testifying in front of Congress.
Yep.
So apparently one thing that can shut him up is himself. That's ironically what he's arrested for.
So he's been found in contempt of Congress. He was convicted of that. He's been attempting to appeal the guilty conviction, but he has not really done well in persuading the courts to side with him. So the subpoena was issued by the House Select Committee investigating the January 6th Capitol riots. Bannon refused to show up. He also refused to turn over documents related to his involvement in those riots. The defense has said Bannon had been acting on the advice of his attorney at the time, who told him that the subpoena was invalid because the committee would not allow a Trump lawyer in the room, and that Bannon could not determine what documents or testimony he could provide because Trump has asserted executive privilege. One problem, though, that defense was also utilized by Peter Navarro, and if you were following that case, you're fully aware that it did not work. Peter Navarro has been in prison since March, and he was another one of Trump's, advisors who refused to comply with subpoenas. So Bannon was convicted of 2 counts of contempt of Congress in 2022 and sentenced to 4 months in prison. And so he is to report to prison on July 1st. He claims that, he's appealing this and he's going to fight this, and this isn't the last of Steve Bannon. I do believe that it's not the last of Steve Bannon, unfortunately, but I also believe that it's very likely he's going to serve 4 months behind bars.
Pausing here to deliver some honest truth as we do in our news coverage as well. TRT is facing challenges, guys, as the entire industry is. You know who could make the difference? You. If you hit the join button below, it's going to make all the difference and keep us in business. We appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah, and he has absolutely no leg to stand on. So the problem with the so-called populists is that I don't think they understand what the word means. So they say, look, man, the establishment is terrible and it doesn't serve the people. I agree with that. Then they said, that's why I should be above the law. Wait, hold on. You just weirdly jumped from no one should be above the law to I should be above the law. Navarro says it, Trump says it, Bannon says it. And remember, Bannon's co-conspirators in a different case where they were ripping off their own viewers to build a wall, which they didn't build, already convicted and in prison. And so the only reason Bannon's not already in prison for that crime is because Trump pardoned him right before he left office. He's like, oh, you're a criminal who rips people off for a living? Well, that's what I did with Trump University and Trump Charity. And besides which, you used to work for me, and we're both goddamn liars and con men. So, here, get out of jail free card. So the reason Bannon is like all worked up is because he's been trying to delay and delay and delay so that Trump can get back into office and pardon him a second time.
That's exactly right, but it appears that won't be the case this time around. And Trump is worked up about this. He posted about it on Truth Social, saying that it is a total and complete American tragedy that the crooked Joe Biden Department of Justice is so desperate to jail
get out of it.
and every other Republican for that matter. Yes,
Yeah,
that's what the Justice Department is doing right now. They're looking to arrest and imprison every single Republican in office, maybe even every Republican voter. So if you're a Republican voter watching the show, you better be careful. They're coming for you. I mean, come on. Look, it's very simple. In fact, this is a talking point that was very common among conservatives whenever you would cover a story involving an unarmed black person running away from the cop and getting shot and killed. The argument was, just follow the law. Just don't run. So Steve, what happened, honey? Why did you run? Right? When are they going to take personal responsibility for the criminality that they engage in? No one forced him to refuse to comply with subpoenas.
Yeah.
No one forced him to do that. He did that. That was based on his own free will.
And what I wanted to add to that, Anna, is what does MAGA
What?
want? Do they like? So Bannon clearly broke the law. He got a subpoena. You have to show up, no matter who you are. If you have a subpoena, he says like, "Oh, I had executive privilege." What are you talking about? You weren't in the White House for 3 years. Like that is a nonsensical point. It doesn't like. Some people could actually say, well, I was in the White House with Trump. We were making decisions together. And you have at least a plausible case for, executive privilege, et cetera. But Bannon has no case for it. So is MAGA's contention that Republican leaders should be able to break any laws?
Yes, I guess.
And never be prosecuted, that they should just be above the law. So if he can break this one, and Trump can break all the ones that he has, because remember, they're not even, like, most of MAGA doesn't even bother saying he's innocent. Like, on the falsifying business documents, I've now seen endless debates. Every Republican acknowledges he falsified the business documents. They'll say, oh, it should be a misdemeanor and not a felony, and the case shouldn't have been brought, and it's no big deal, blah, blah, blah. But, yeah, of course he did it. Of course he took home the national secrets. Of course he had fake electors, etc. So, I guess your argument is, we don't care. Our elites should be above the law and should rule you guys and should be able to do anything they want and break any law they want. But not you guys. Your elite said we're going to send them all to prison, whether they broke the law or didn't. We're just going to get revenge. Like they keep, like if Trump said, hey, you know what? I'm going to bring real justice. Everyone who committed fraud, they try me with fraud. You committed fraud. You're on Wall Street. You're a politician. You did insider trading. I'm going to come for you. I'd say, well, that doesn't sound too bad. That actually sounds populist, right? But he doesn't say that. What he says is, I'm going to arrest Joe Biden, and I'm going to arrest all of these political opponents of mine, and every MAGA guy's out there. We're going to arrest them all. For what? What did they do? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Let's just arrest them for no reason. Okay, then you don't give a goddamn about them. Why do you think people call you fascist? Because you say that your guys should be able to break the law whenever they want, and the other side should go to prison whether they broke the law or not. Okay, gee, I wonder why people call you fascist. You still can't figure it out?
There's nothing out there with our politicians. It's just bottom of the barrel, worst people on the planet. And by the way, like there's nothing to root for. That's the hardest part about it, right? Like, what are you rooting for, Jank?
Yeah, I know. Let's see what happens.
Anyway,
so I don't know.
I'm voting. I'm voting for. I'm hoping for social democracy.
But I know, that the Democrats are filled to the rim with problems. But you can't vote for a Republican. I mean,
no,
you can't vote
for a
guys who
Republican.
say,
No.
I should be able to break the law whenever the hell I want. And by the way, like Bannon, I can't get past. He robbed his own voters and viewers. And Trump thought that was a great idea and gave him a pardon.
I have to make a point here because I totally hear what you're saying, but what you're saying kind of reminds me of the crime debate happening in the country, right? About how, no, crime is down, it's not a big deal. Okay, yes, but are people reporting the crimes, and more importantly, are the crimes being prosecuted and noted in the records? You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
There are all sorts of crimes being committed by politicians on both sides of the political aisle that just go, without any challenge, without any investigation, without any, criminal case. I can't get past the fact that our own government is selling us out. They sell out the... We're a dying empire. You guys know that, right? This country is a dying, decaying empire because our politicians sold us out. Every politician, almost every politician in Congress right now, they all sold us out.
they sold us
They
out.
don't love this country. They don't care about this country.
Nope.
All they care about is their insider trading, which we would all go to prison for in a heartbeat. They won't even get prosecuted for that, okay? And of course, their precious campaign coffers and the political bribes that they can take in order to secure, what, another term in office so they can rob the American people more? So yeah, I hear you. Steve Bannon, without a doubt, is a criminal and should go to prison, and I'm glad he will. But it is interesting to see what kind of crimes get prosecuted while other crimes go untouched.
Yeah, but last thing I'll say on it is, look, yes, but, and I don't say that flippantly, Anna's 100% right. And if all you did was take the things that are currently legal, like being able to be bribed through campaign contributions and then do insider trading when you're in Congress, it's already the biggest outrage, and it's just atrocious. But why, so then between Democrats and Republicans, well, the Democrats are the party that has the very, very few honest people in politics. So why did we not feel hopeless in 2016 and 2020? Because Bernie Sanders was running. And you could say, hey, if you're a conservative, I don't like Bernie Sanders. I think he's a socialist. I don't like his policies. But everybody knows Bernie Sanders is honest. And in American politics, an honest politician is like 1 in a billion. So our side had the one honest guy. And then now, on the exact opposite end of the spectrum, the Republicans are saying, hey, we're not just happy with the normal corruption. We already do the normal corruption. Any foreign government can bribe us. Any company can bribe us. And order us to do. On top of that, we're going to add in personal corruption.
See, these people are like me.
Trump's son-in-law gets $2 billion from the Saudis after we let them chop somebody up. You know, and Trump is now selling off the West Bank to the highest bidder. And he says all of him and his allies should be able to
So Trump's selling the West Bank out to the highest bidder. I love hearing the truth. It's hilarious.
So, like Biden's policies on Gaza are disgusting. Corporate Democrats taking endless bribes through corporate cash and contributions is disgusting. But among the two horrible choices that we have, I know the one that is eliminated already, and that's Trump and the Republicans. I'm not I would do anything to make sure that Steve Bannon is not back in the White House.
Biden
and if
never.
Trump wins, Bannon's definitely back in the White House.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry. I'm never going to support Biden. I'm not. This is it. This was my red line. This is the election where I'm done with the same argument. How many election cycles are we going to get fed that same line, that same argument? Oh, but you know, Biden's not Trump. Biden's not Trump. Biden's not Trump. I mean, Biden is greenlighting the slaughter of countless children in Gaza, but he's the decent guy. He's the good guy. I mean, he's the guy who will make promises, and then as soon as he's in office, he'll nickel and dime the hell out of the American people while circumventing Congress to get hundreds of millions of dollars of additional weaponry to Gaza without congressional approval. Okay? I'm supposed to be okay with that? I'm supposed to say that's the decent guy? That's the guy who's representing my best interests? No, they're both trash. They're both gonna rape and pillage the way that they have their entire careers. This is what they do. And I'm done with the same argument, and I'm done with the judgment. I'm done with the judgment of, oh, Anna, both sidesing. I'm both sidesing? What has Biden done for you? Ask yourself, what has Biden done for you, and why are you okay with Biden taking your hard-earned money and funneling it to a country that had a budget surplus in 2022?
Yeah. But again, Biden is very standard normal, and that is both bad and a little bit better than Trump. So it's bad in that, yeah, every Democrat and Republican has funneled our money to Israel, and they've slaughtered the Palestinians endless times. They've occupied them for 57 years. We gave them $300 billion. Every Republican and every Democrat said, yes, sir, absolutely, sir. Can I give you more of American taxpayer money, sir? And they also do $1 billion times. For
give you more American tax money, sir.
The number one donor is not AIPAC, it's pharmaceuticals companies. And they buy almost all of our politicians. That's why we can't even negotiate drug prices. What kind of free market system doesn't allow you to negotiate drug prices?
I don't know. Whatever
the company sets as a price, that's unheard of, unprecedented. So I already know
Corruption of higher levels,
politician
you know.
is 100%.
It's over
corrupt.
9,000 levels
So
of corruption.
Trump is just adding
you know?
a layer of corruption. That's why I'm saying I'm against it.
It's over
That doesn't mean
9,000
Biden's a good guy.
corruption.
Doesn't mean the corporate Democrats are good guys. If you think they are, you're super naive.
No.
On the other hand, if you say, look,
No.
my heart is broken over all these terrible choices, but I gotta make a choice, that while I'm on your side. And so I know I'm not picking Trump. Let's see what happens with Biden. By the way, Biden could actually do, he won't. But
Biden is trash. Biden will do nothing, Cenk. Come on.
I know. I mean, right now, he can get a peace deal done.
Wow.
You treat your voters with disdain. There should be
Yeah,
consequences.
I think so.
Time for consequences.
I think
Revel
so.
in it.
Thanks for watching The Young Turks. I really appreciate it.
I really like her.
Another way to show support is through YouTube memberships. You'll get to interact with us more. There's live chat emojis, badges. You've got emojis of me, Anna, John, JR. So those are super fun. But you also get playback of our exclusive member-only shows and specials right after they air. So
Okay, I don't care. Infamous Trump video shows his horrific views towards black people.
Let me show you a video of Donald Trump being hilariously racist. Is that possible? I think it is. Watch.
Look at my African American over here. Look at him. Are you the greatest? You know what I'm talking about? Okay. So we have an African American guy at one of the rallies a month ago. And he's sitting there behaving.
So I'm going to explain to you why this isn't just
Behaving.
about Donald Trump. It's about the entire Republican Party and why minorities have such a hard time voting for Republicans. You might not like that. You might think that that's unfair if you're a Republican. But let me explain at least why we think that way. But before we do any of that, we got to break down this hilarious clip from Trump. Everything is wrong with it. The Trump sign is hanging off the podium. He looks like a mess. And he's like, there's my African American. It's singular.
Look at my African American over here. Look at him.
Singular.
He found one black guy who was going to be on his side. And he's like, hey, there he is. My sole African American. Now, he's picked up a lot of African Americans. So we're the fairest show in America. So we tell you about that, and I'll tell you why that's happening as well. But then he goes on to say something that I think is worse. I mean, look, the patronizing way that he treats his one black supporter is already horrible and, yes, unintentionally hilarious. But then he says about the other black guy at a Trump rally, he was sitting there being well behaved.
And he's sitting there behaving.
Now, why would you even say that? Would you say that about a white person for no reason? An Asian person? Anyone else? Well, there was a white guy there and he was surprisingly well behaved. You would never say that, right? And I hope you don't say it about white people. I hope you don't say it about black people.
Yep.
But it's the mindset. So, look, guys, I'm not calling Trump a racist so you don't vote for him. I'm not a standard establishment Democrat. I'm trying to break down our point of view, meaning all minorities, as to what's wrong with the right-wing way of thinking. And in fact, a lot of right-wingers have no idea that they actually think that way. Now, there's an old clip that I'm going to
They
show
have
you.
no idea. They're like, oh wait, I guess I am racist. Yeah, you have like some racist beliefs and some transgender phobia stuff. You guys do. You have xenophobia is the most common one. Right wingers tend to really not trust foreigners, and they're unapologetic about it. I don't trust right-wingers, and I'm unapologetic about it.
Back from 1997, when he was at the Masters talking about how Tiger Woods was going to win. But as he thought he was trying to compliment him, I think he wound up saying this. Ouch.
Pretty impressive. Little boy's driving it well, and he's putting well. He's doing everything it takes to win. So you know what you guys do when he gets in here? Pat him on the back, say congratulations, enjoy it, and tell him not to serve fried chicken next year. Got it. Collard greens or
Look, if you're not a minority, you might not even understand. Although, come on, it's been so long. Please understand. So when he calls him a little boy and then says, hey, maybe they'll serve fried chicken or collard greens, you might look at it if you're, grew up in that kind of... He was trying to compliment him. I think he wound up saying this. Ouch.
Pretty impressive. Little boy's driving it well, and he's putting well. He's doing everything it takes to win. So you know what you guys do when he gets in here? Pat him on the back, say congratulations, enjoy it, and tell him not to serve fried chicken next year. Got it. Or collard greens, or whatever the hell it's.
Look, if you're not a minority, you might not even understand. Although, come on, it's been so long. Please understand. So when he calls him a little boy and then says, hey, maybe they'll serve fried chicken or collard greens, you might look at it if you're, you know, grew up in that kind of mindset, you're old school, you'd be like, what do you mean? He was talking about how he's driving the ball well. Who cares that he called him a little boy? He was younger back then. Fried chicken and collard greens, isn't that what they... No, guys, when you make assumptions that, hey, black people are not normally going to be well behaved, but I found one that was, and call them boys, which is an old school derogatory term, and Fuzzy Zeller, I would be shocked if he didn't know that that was derogatory. What you're sending is subliminal clues to minorities. We're not really on your side.
Gem
And
setting
so,
pins, huh?
you watch. I'm going to show you one more from Fox News, but then afterwards, I want to talk to you about what the Republicans chose to do and why it alienated people on a mass scale. But this Fox News stuff, wait till the end and see what he says about this guy that he's trying to compliment. He brings up something for no reason that I want to discuss. Let's watch.
It's the deadline for San Diego city workers to get the COVID-19 vaccine or lose their job, putting public safety at risk as hundreds of the city's police officers remain unvaccinated. Joining me to react, a former San Diego police officer who quit ahead of the city's vaccine mandate, Brandon Gibson. Sir, you look jacked. You look like you could defend us in any way, shape, or form from anything that could potentially befall us. Why would we get rid of that? Because you won't take a vaccine. Because quite frankly, sir, if my family is in jeopardy and I see you come to the door, I don't give two you-know-whats, whether you have a vaccine, what your race is, what your religion is. I don't care. I want that guy saving my life.
No matter what your race or religion is, if he was interviewing a white cop, would he have said, you know what, you look jacked and you look good and you look like the kind of guy who would protect me? I don't even care what your race or religion is. Well, of course he wouldn't say that. You know he wouldn't say that because he's the same race, probably the same religion. But he sees a black guy and he's like, I don't even mind a black guy coming to my door as long as he's there to protect me, okay? Am I not being merciful? Look at how generous I am. I don't even mind you coming to my door if you're going to save my life. Otherwise, I might mind you coming to my door. Is the implication. Look, again, guys, I'm not looking for microaggressions and to call everybody racist. I'm trying to get you to understand things that if you're a right-winger, you might not even see. You might not have noticed any of this. I hope you noticed how bad Trump was. Anyways, guys, another thing you might not know, and I didn't know when I was growing up, and that's why I was a Republican, and if you didn't know that, yeah, I was. We came over from Turkey, my family did, and my dad was a small business owner, didn't like overregulation. Actually, we were partly chased out by communists in Turkey. So the country was not communist, but there was left-right fighting. So then we had a lot of reasons to be Republican. But one of the reasons that we were Republican, and I talk about this in my book, Justice is Coming, TYT.com/justice to get the book. We'll put the link down below in the description box.
Progressives are going to take over the country. How progressives are going to take over the country and America is going to love it by Sank.
One of the reasons that I talk about it is because I wish the media had been honest with me. One of the things that I didn't know was the Southern strategy. The Southern strategy was Nixon's strategy, and I talked to the guy who came up with it. One of the authors of that strategy was Pat Buchanan, and I talked to him when we were both on MSNBC, and I was an anchor there. And he pretty much said, yeah, we had a nice 40-year run with it. So what did they have a run with? They decided that after Lyndon Johnson helped pass the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act, that the Democratic Party, which remember, used to be the party that was actually in favor of splitting the races, and the Republicans had freed the slaves. So the Republicans were the left-wing party on this issue earlier, and the Democrats, the Dixiecrats, were the racist right-wing party for a long, long time. But when Lyndon Johnson, a Democrat, switched and helped pass the Civil Rights Act or the Voting Rights Act, Nixon decided, oh, good, he's left all the racist voters in the South for us. We'll do the Southern strategy. And they even called it the Southern strategy. It wasn't because they were going to appeal to the South in other cultural ways. Oh my God, they've got the best peach cobbler. We're just going to keep on talking about it. No, they're very clear. They were going to be the party against civil rights, against rights or any kind of payments going to African Americans. They were going to be against busing. They were going to be in favor of segregation, etc. They made an active decision to be the racist party. Now, by the way, that doesn't mean that if you're a Republican today that you're racist. Most Republicans today don't even know about the South.
They don't even know the
Not
shit.
only
Nope.
have most people never even heard about it, but even the folks who have heard about it in the media, did the media ever explain to you what it was? That it was an explicitly racist strategy to try to get more votes in the South. By the way, look at what the Republican Party thought. Their planners thought the South in America is racist, and we will get more of their votes if we act racist like them. That is an incredibly callous calculation. So if I had known that when I came, my dad had known that when we came to this country, oh, by the way, that's the party that actively decided to go in that direction, we would have never been Republicans. In a sense, what you don't know is that mainstream media has been covering for the Republican Party for decades in this country.
Yep.
And if you're saying, oh, no way. No, guys, the media was very different pre-Trump. Now, after Trump, they are against Trump and the Republicans who support him. That's clearly the case, right? But before that, they loved corporate Republicans and corporate Democrats. And that was basically the only type of Republican that existed. There were still some progressive Democrats, so we had a left-wing
I like what he's
version of
saying.
the Democratic Party, but the entire Republican Party was corporate-backed. And so the mainstream media in America loves corporate politicians. They love the status quo. Look, and you can see why. Because they're multi-billion-dollar corporations. If you're at the very top, you don't want anything changing. And if you're a multi-billion-dollar corporation, you love corporate rule. Mainstream media is basically the marketing arm of corporate rule. Now that's turned against Trump, etc., because they think, oh, Trump is just out for himself. You know, most of the other politicians are in our back pocket, and they'll do whatever we tell them. This Trump guy, he often does what we tell him, gives us giant corporate tax cuts, he regulates us, etc. But sometimes he doesn't just rob on our behalf. He robs on his own behalf. Well, we don't want that. We want a guy we can fully control. Look, I think Trump's monstrous in 100 different ways, including this way. I don't think that he's executing the Southern strategy. I think he just believes all these racial stereotypes. That's why he called the Puerto Ricans lazy during the hurricane that hit Puerto Rico. He goes into a room full of Republican Jewish business members, and he goes, no one likes to renegotiate more than this room. He's basically saying, you guys are schemers, and you never do what you're going to say. And so he's making that assumption because they're Jewish, even though they're backing it. And yes, he's got a Jewish son-in-law and his daughter converted, etc. I'm not saying that he's an anti-Semite. He probably is, but that's not the important part here. What the important part is all these crazy, old-school racial stereotypes that are in his head. And unlike other politicians, he's not savvy enough to leave them inside his head. He has verbal diarrhea, so he just says, blah. But in a sense, I appreciate it more because it's such a blunt instrument. It's so obvious that he has these racial thoughts in his head. The Central Park Five were five minority kids who were accused of this horrible rape in Central Park a long time in the 1980s in New York. It turns out they were innocent. They were exonerated. They caught the real guy and had his DNA on the crime scene, right? Trump's like, I don't care. They probably did something. They should be executed anyway. Brother, why do you think they just did something? It was five white boys in the middle of Central Park that had come from a private school. Would he say, they probably did something anyway? Come on, guys. Even if you're hardcore MAGA, you know he wouldn't have said that. You know he's saying it because they're minorities. But what I'm pointing out is that this is a bigger problem. The Republican Party chose to go in this direction. So Trump is the natural end to that evolution. Except this is a devolution. It goes this way, and they become an uglier and uglier version of themselves. So look, at this point, some minorities, including a lot of Latinos and now a significant portion of black males, are thinking of voting for Trump. Is that because they love Trump and they love the Republican Party?
Nope.
And is it because
they like guns and money?
They don't care? No. The media never talks about the Southern strategy that the Republicans chose to do this. No, it's because they're really dissatisfied with the Democratic Party. If the Democratic Party had delivered for them, whether it's things that are so specific to minorities like the voting rights proposals that they had, that they threw out there, and then Manchin and other Democrats said, no, okay, this doesn't give corporate tax cuts at all. I'm against it. And then Biden was like, yes, sir, of course, sir. Who cares about rights for African Americans, sir? We were just lying to them to get their votes for the 2 Georgia Senate seats and for my election. But most importantly on it, economic issues. We don't deliver for young black males, we don't deliver for Latinos, but to be fair, the Democratic Party hasn't delivered for the average American in so long because they're so busy kissing up to their donors. And again, I write that in chapter 4, it's a devastating chapter about the Democratic Party and how it got taken over by corporate rule. Injustice is coming. Again, the link is below. But the main point, guys, here is, despite the fact that the Republicans ran the Southern strategy, and the fact that they say these things that are subconsciously racist but obvious to minorities, I get it if they're not obvious to you, if you're not a minority, and I don't, like I said, I don't care about the microaggression. What I'm trying to point out to you is, as minorities, we clearly see this. We don't miss it. And especially if we know the history of the Republican Party, it makes it nearly impossible to support them, despite the fact that the Democrats have let us down so many times. Now, of course, both the Democratic and Republican Party can fix this easily. The Democrats can actually deliver for minority voters and all voters, in which case they would be a lot more popular. But that would require them to stop serving only their donors. And the Republicans can stop saying racist things. They can disavow the Southern strategy. To be fair, two RNC chairs. The chairs admitted they did it and apologized for it. But now under Trump, they've gone backwards. And they're like, no, never mind. We're told, like, we're not disavowing the Southern strategy. We're not admitting what the Southern strategy was. And they're going back to talking like this. But man, that also shows you the level of frustration minority voters have with the Democratic Party, that they're willing to consider not only the Republican Party, but a guy like Trump, who so brazenly believes in stereotypes, to say the least, and points at black people and goes, there's my African American. And you'd be shocked to find out that there was a black guy who was well behaved. And even then they consider him because of how poorly the Democrats have delivered. Please, Democrats, fix it. Actually deliver for your voters. And Republicans, for God's sake, turn around. If the Republicans didn't say these things that were either overtly or subconsciously racist, and oftentimes over the top, they would win a ton of votes. They would probably win pretty easily if they just dropped the racism and kept everything else. And I don't agree with a lot of the other things that the Republicans are for at all. But I know that they could win if they weren't so over the top against minorities. So that's the state of both parties.
Thanks for watching The Young Turks. We really appreciate it.
I really liked it.
Another way to show support is through YouTube memberships. You'll get to interact with us more. There's live chat emojis, badges. You've got emojis of me, Anna, John, JR. So those are super fun. But you also get playback of our exclusive member-only shows and specials right after they air. So all that, all you gotta do is click that join button right underneath the video. Thank you.
I love the Young Turks. I always have.
MAGA Republicans like Don Jr. have been pretty furious with House Speaker Mike Johnson, the gentleman that you see right next to me, the gentleman who secured nearly $100 billion in military funding for wars abroad. But despite the criticism he's facing from the America First MAGA crowd, it turns out that the Don himself, Donald Trump, is still backing Johnson, putting him directly at odds with his own son and, again, the America First base. Now, yesterday, Trump was asked point blank about why the base is so upset with Mike Johnson following the House's passage of that military funding bill, or I should say military funding bills, since there were 4 separate ones. Nonetheless, here's how he responded.
How do you square this divide now between MAGA and Mike Johnson with your support of him and our base?
Well, look, we have a majority of 1, okay? So it's not like he can go and do whatever he wants to do. I think he's a very good person. You know, he stood very strongly with me on the NATO when I said that NATO has to pay up, and they have to pay up soon and fast, and he has stood strongly on that. He agrees with that. He also got some of the money in the form of a loan, quite a bit of the money in the form of a loan, and he, felt on that. But it's a tough situation when you have 1. I think he's a very good man. I think he's trying very hard. And again, we've got to have a big election. We've got to elect some people in Congress, much more than we have right now. And we have to elect some good senators, get rid of some of the ones we have now, like Romney and others.
What?
And we have to have a big day, and we have to win the presidency.
He doesn't like Romney. That's like the only good Republican or whatever. Fucking idiot.
Pressure that he applied to other NATO countries to invest more money on their militaries, on their defense. And to Trump's credit, he did succeed in doing that. Germany, in particular, really did bolster the military funding that they were, putting into their own military.
You fucking hitboxes suck.
Pausing here to deliver some honest truth, as we do in our news coverage as well. TRT is facing challenges, guys, as the entire industry is. You know who could make the difference? You. If you hit the join button below, it's going to make all the difference and keep us in business. We appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah, so look, I can't wait to get it.
Yeah, thank you, TYT. I've liked the sub to all your stuff.
But quick note here, he always cracks me up, as heinous as he is. He agreed with me very strongly.
Very strongly.
No one ever agrees with him mildly. They're always very strong in their agreement of him. Okay.
Yeah. Now, I should also note a few other things. Now, Trump has been pretty vocal against Ukraine. This has been the case even when he was president. And so I thought that, if anything, he would be critical of the $65 billion that has been allocated for Ukraine thanks to these funding bills. But he was not critical of that. He didn't mention that. And I think it's probably because Johnson had met with Trump, and during that meeting, Trump had communicated that he felt that the military aid to Ukraine should be in the form of a loan, and about 10 billion of that 65 billion will be in the form of a loan to Ukraine. So maybe Trump feels heard, but it is interesting that he's taking a pragmatic approach here by mentioning the very slim majority that Republicans have in the House. Now, let's move on to the other side of this equation, which is the MAGA crowd that is not happy with Mike Johnson, and that includes Donald Trump's own son, Don Jr. Now, he posted a video on X just last week with the caption, "If you ever even begin to start believing anything anyone in Republican leadership tells you, watch this." And this is the video that he posted.
Telling all of you, and we've told the American people, border, border, border. We have to effect real policy change at the border, and that is a necessary condition to anything we do going forward. We have to take care of our border.
Fucking border. We really don't like the Mexicans, blah, blah, blah. Border. Like goddamn racist fucking white pieces of shit. Why do you look so white? You look like that rendition in Venture Brothers of the guy from Fantastic Four who smokes the pipe and like beats his wife and his children and stuff, and he's like angry and deep down inside. And, like, I forget the name of the Fantastic Four dude, but like I thought that was always such a really funny portrayal and stuff. And that's exactly how this guy looks. It's like I don't know. It's like it's such a white. Like, God, you guys look so white. You got the wire rim glasses and all this. Like, you got the wire rim glasses and the fuzzy hair and the frown and the $3,000 suits and the America pins and their lapels and stuff. Your fucking suit dummy ties and your fucking faces. And I'm sorry, but I don't know. I think it was cool to look like this for about 40 years, from 1910 till about 1950. But I don't think it's ever been cool to look like this. It's kind of weird. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Is a good suit really popular throughout the ages? It must be, because you fucking suit dummies keep wearing it. But I don't think it's a good look. It looks like somebody who has put business over the people around them, to me. It looks like somebody who has put the soft-hearted business above everything else in their life. It's such a bad image to me. It's terrible. You fucking dick. Just die. These things are so annoying. Die, you. God damn it, I've been opening so many of these. I guess I have to beat the big guy's ass, but he's so big. And he has like 3 ads or something. It's so annoying. How many ads do you have? Maybe I can just kill the ad first. Isn't there some ad behind him? There is. There's some ad behind him, which is so annoying. Just die, you asshole. Die, get down and... Oh, you fucking dick. Die. No, heal. Run. Oh, God. Oh, that was... Yeah, that's... There, he died. Fuck that guy. Get out of it. What? You fucking cheater. Oh, my God. I can't believe you got it. Well, the ad's dead now.
Ukraine, we were going to stand for freedom and make sure that Vladimir Putin doesn't march through Europe. It's past time to secure the border.
Listen, this is a catastrophe down here.
The battle is for the border.
President Biden wants a supplemental...
Border. We don't like the Mexicans. Border. You guys are totally unaware of your fucking white asses. You're just totally unaware.
How can we be engaged in securing the border?
Border.
Secure our own.
Oh my God, border.
Well, Don Jr. should have a conversation with his father, who literally made it clear that he does not want Congress to pass any immigration reform, any border security bill, because
I didn't get it. No, jump.
For the general election.
Oh, I have to
Like,
repair.
it is
I do.
amazing that is the compilation that Don Jr. chose to go
I have to
with.
run.
Jake, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, so I love this kind of social media catfight between the two Donald Trumps. So here's my explanations as to what I think is happening here. Number one, Donald Trump Jr. probably doesn't get much of an audience with his dad. His dad thinks he's a schmuck. And so it's obvious that they're not coordinating here at a bare minimum. I don't think, like, if his dad told him, shut up and support Mike Johnson, I guarantee you Jr. would go, I'm so sorry, but Daddy, I'm so sorry, and go running back into Mike Johnson's arms. But Jr. is basically trying to look cool online. Like, oh yeah, I can do a meme, I can do these videos. Oh, they hate Mike Johnson.
Nah, it turns out you just only ever had money. You've never been cool. My power is the great deal of money. Stupid Richards. My power is a great deal of money.
Yeah, I hate Mike Johnson, and then Daddy comes along and slaps him around. He's like, okay, Daddy. Watch, you'll see. My guess is that Donald Trump Jr. will turn
You're like,
around
why
and
do
Mike
these
Johnson.
professional people in like political situations and political roles that are extremely powerful and all this seem to all have like daddy drama and they're kind of like bros and they have like family drama all the time? It's so dumb.
If he says anything at all, the next thing he says will be positive, right? So
Like,
it goes to show you.
can you just not get along with your family? Does your family not like you or something? I don't really get it. Like, why would you not like your family? I don't really get that, you know? I like this weapon, but you can't get a drain on it, which is so stupid. Why can't I get a fucking slot? Why don't the damn legendary? It really makes me not like them. It's like, did I do this one? I don't know. Oh, upgrade this item with the gypsum king. God damn it. All these legendaries to do, and they're not easy to do. Like, at all. They're, like, not easy.
Pretty much in the Trump family. So what does Trump actually want? Well, I mean, Jr. puts in that video about the border, but wait a minute. Mike Johnson killed the border bill for Papa, for Donald Trump Sr., right? Mm-hmm. So Trump got some sort of deal with Mike Johnson, and he's on
Mike Johnson.
You can tell when Trump talks if he really is backing the guy or not. In this case, I had the displeasure of listening to a long part of that interview about Mike Johnson, and you can tell Trump's heart's not into it. He's like, you agree with me strongly on NATO, and he's got nice ties. Yeah, he didn't say that part, but it was really kind of a weak defense. It's obvious they made some sort of deal, and that's why Trump's staying on his side. So what's in the deal? We don't know that yet, but easy to speculate here. One is, he killed the border bill for Trump. That's the number one part of it. Plus, he said, oh, of course, the election was stolen, sir. Of course, sir. What other lie would you like me to tell, sir? Was there anything else? I don't know.
Yeah, there could be some more wheeling and dealing happening behind the scenes, and if that's the case, I'm sure it'll come to light at some point. But I don't know if that deal will withstand the mockery that Mitch McConnell has made of the Trump crowd today. Because in a press conference, he seemed to be laughing at the America First crowd and celebrating the passage of that military funding that was passed in the House. So let's take a look.
The demonization of Ukraine began by Tucker Carlson, who, in my opinion, ended up where he should have been all along, which is interviewing Vladimir Putin. And so he had an enormous audience, which convinced a lot of rank and file Republicans that maybe this was a mistake. I think the former president had sort of mixed views on it. We all felt that the border was a complete disaster, myself included. And Chad, you remember covering the phases we went through. First, there was an effort to make law, which requires you to deal with Democrats. And then another
which requires you to deal with Democrats, which it's like you can hear this idiot fucking talk about how he's unwilling to deal with the other half of the government, and I think of him as a traitor. Get out of here. Get your fucking traitor do nothing Congress ass out of here. He's like, oh, that requires you to deal with Democrats and I won't do that. Then it's like, okay, well, get out of my government then, traitor. You sat up there how long?
Good enough. And then our nominee for president didn't seem to want us to do anything at all. That took months to work our way through it. So we ended up doing the supplemental that was originally proposed.
So he, you know, took a bit of a victory lap in McConnell fashion, which isn't too exciting. I mean, he's pretty monotone in explaining how it all went down. But he's celebrating the fact that they managed to get that military aid to Ukraine and to Israel and to Taiwan as part of the 4 bills that were passed with the leadership of Mike Johnson as Speaker of the House. And so I don't know how Trump is going to feel about that. I don't know if there are going to be other moments where McConnell's going to be bragging about securing that funding. But I know that Trump despises McConnell, and he certainly doesn't like seeing him take a victory lap.
So what happens when a turtle and an orangutan get into a cat fight? Well, when the first shots have been fired by a aforementioned turtle.
But is it? Am I the baddie for, in this particular fight, siding with the, to some extent, not entirely, the America First crowd?
Oh, yeah, look.
You get what I'm saying?
No, I know.
Because I think the America First crowd, in this particular case, has a point, especially when it comes to some of the funding that's going to be provided to one of the particular countries that we're talking about here.
Yeah. So look, there's two different things, guys. Politics and policy, right? So politics of it is Mitch McConnell has been serving the defense contractors his entire career.
Exactly.
So he doesn't give a damn Ukraine, Russia, or national security. No, he's just like, hey, did the checks clear? Good, we're voting in that direction. Hey, all Republicans, remember I'm the one handing out checks to you guys. We're all voting in that direction. That's why he still got over 100 votes for the Ukraine funding. Obviously, Israel funding, everybody's getting rich. So he doesn't have to lobby people on that. So that's Mitch McConnell's motives, not pure at all. Donald Trump obviously got some sort of deal and is now, I guess, okay with giving funding to Ukraine, which, by the way, credit to Donald Trump a little bit. So, you know, everybody says he's in the pocket of Russia, but he didn't prevent the Ukraine funding bill. So, fair is shown America. Okay, so but whatever deal Trump has got, he's got that deal. But it's not America First at all. It's not his MAGA base. So neither one is really serving the MAGA base.
Exactly, yeah.
Right? So now when you get to the policy part of it, there's two different things there too, which is what does MAGA want, the Republican base, and what do we think is the right policy, right? So MAGA definitely wants America first. And so they might be a little torn on Israel, although these days, they're headed very much against Israel and funding Israel any further, right? But on Ukraine, they're super clear. They don't want to fund Ukraine.
Correct, yes.
Right? So Trump is definitely not with the base on this one. And so that's the most clear out of all the policy things. For us, it gets complicated because we've discussed it many times on the show. Look, we want Americans to have universal health care, paid family leave, all these wonderful things. And they keep telling us we don't have money for it, but then whenever there's a war and the defense contractors are going to get rich, it immediately gets funded. They immediately find the money. At the same time, our hearts go out to the Ukrainians. And on the third hand, how long are we going to go, right?
Yeah.
So
what
these
is
are
the exit strategy?
these are legitimate conversations and debates to have. And I would actually rather have it with the MAGA base, which are at least genuine about their opinions.
I agree.
Than Mitch McConnell or Donald Trump, who are doing it for different forms of corruption.
I agree. It doesn't mean that we subscribe to everything the MAGA base believes politically. politically.
I love her
in
poodle sweater.
Regard
It's
to
actually so
military
awesome.
funding for wars abroad, I do think that they make legitimate points that are worth discussing. What's going to be interesting moving forward is how that MAGA base responds to the fact that Donald Trump has now provided cover for Mike Johnson, someone who the MAGA base seems to dislike more and more with each passing day. And it's not just the voters, it's also some Republican members of Congress, including, of course, Marjorie Taylor Greene, one of the most vocal opponents of Mike Johnson as a result of his passage of these military funding bills. She has threatened to call for a motion to vacate Mike Johnson from his speakership role. Representatives Thomas Massie and Paul Gosar are the only other Republicans who are currently and openly in support of that motion. And as for right-wing media figures, you have Charlie Kirk, Steve Bannon, and Tucker Carlson, all taking sides against Mike Johnson. So let's take a look at that.
They committed sacrilege on Saturday when they brought the Ukrainian flags. They brought Ukrainian flags on the floor of the House after Johnson and this crowd of Republicans, the 101, and all the 101 will be turfed out. Johnson's got to go. Our entire week, you need to call your district offices, and you need to put the fear of God in these people that you've had a belly full of.
Listening to white people threaten each other, it makes me sick. Like truly white people. They're like, you got to get on the phone. You got to get their managers to fire him or whatever. It's like, Jesus Christ, why do you sound so soft? It's like, come on, man. It's not even like about race. I'm not talking about white. I'm talking about privileged. It's like austerity. It's the austerity or whatever you want to call it. It's some kind of corruption that's definitely taken over. It's like if you don't like the guy, go punch him in the face. But no, you got to go call up his bosses and get him fired or something. Fucking dumb culture, dumb corporate culture, fucking corpos. Wars end, corpos don't.
Where there is no excuse. There is no hiding, is the FFXI vote. And I'll be honest, the only redemption now is Mike Johnson has to resign. Not from his seat in Congress, just resign as Speaker, step aside. This has all the hallmarks of elite capture. He's been captured. It didn't take a lot of time. He's not one of us. He's not who he said he was.
Weak people just become a host for evil. You know, an open, empty building that evil occupies, possesses even. And that's exactly what's happening to Mike Johnson. That's like absolutely crazy.
No, that's you, Tucker Carlson. You're the one who looks like an orange turd. You want to suck Donald's dick so bad. Jesus Christ. Can't believe you got the same fucking face tan. What's with the fucking orange face turd bullshit? I don't really get you guys. Is it the money that made you this way or what? Like, oh my God.
Johnson is doing. But it's not because he's evil. It's because he's weak and therefore susceptible to evil.
Okay. The Tucker Carlson has kind of lost his mind a little bit, but I have to admit, I am shocked that I'm in agreement with Charlie Kirk on FFXI. I can't believe he spoke out against FFXI. I totally agree with him on that.
Well, there's a couple of shocking things happening. One is that the grassroots left and grassroots right are beginning to agree on a bunch of things, including cutting funding to Israel, including taking care of American citizens and not the donors all the time. We're both totally against corruption. We massively disagree on other issues. Okay, so fine, but at least we're beginning to have some sort of unity against the corruption of the establishment. Yeah, it is shocking that Charlie Kirk and us agree on anything, but there it is for the first time.
FFXI allows for the warrantless wiretapping or spying and surveillance of American citizens. There's a huge loophole in there that allows for our intelligence community to spy on American civilians without a warrant. And so the reauthorization of that is something that I'm pretty furious about, and apparently so is Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, so let me agree on one other thing before I get to the second shocking part. which is, look, the Ukrainian flags in the U.S. Congress. Yeah, we don't love it, okay? I got nothing but love for Ukraine.
I got no issue with the Ukrainian flag.
I hope Ukraine wins. I hope they drive out Russia.
So do I. Fuck the Russia for attacking Ukraine, whatever. But, you know, I got no issue with the Ukrainian flag. I'd be okay with flying in front of my house. Even though I'm not from Ukraine and I do know some Ukrainians, but I don't really know much about Ukraine. I would just fly their flag because I don't care. What does their flag mean? It's a piece of cloth. Now, sure, to some people it means something, but to me it's a piece of cloth. It means nothing. The symbology in God and all this stuff that you can't actually prove all the time really starts to bother me after a while. Ooh, putrid lowstone. Nice. It's like, you know, I don't know. Like, what does the flag matter? I don't care about dude's wife hanging a flag upside down either. I don't care about that. God damn it, come back here. Ah, you're so annoying. Oh. Yeah, he needs it more than I do.
I'm not unclear about it, and it's not because I randomly prefer the Ukrainian ethnicity. It's because Russia invaded them, okay?
Yep.
So, but the flags are a bit much. This is our Congress, not your Congress. But I called out some right-wingers online because they were complaining about it.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, were you also complaining about Fetterman carrying around an Israeli flag, like, every day in Congress? Or Brian Mast wearing the IDF uniform in Congress.
Right.
A foreign army's uniform. That is unbelievable. So, okay, I don't know that they're, I don't know if they're hypocritical on that or not. I haven't heard Steve Bannon's opinion on it, but okay, interesting note of a tiny agreement there. But the second shocking thing is, okay, Tucker's off the reservation.
Oh, Town Project
right?
Board?
So, in a lot of ways. So he can do whatever he likes, right? And him disagreeing with Trump is not that weird. But Steve Bannon and Charlie Kirk defying Donald Trump.
Well, I mean, look, I don't know if they recorded their shows prior to Donald Trump having this exchange where he provided cover for Mike Johnson. And remember, they're not attacking Donald Trump, they're attacking Mike Johnson for passing these bills.
Mike Johnson.
Sure. And I hear you, Anna, but Trump...
Damn it, Mike Johnson.
They might turn around like Don Jr., we'll see, right?
Don Jr. and Don
hasn't turned
Johnson.
around yet either.
Mike Johnson.
On this particular issue. But
fucking white guy
but
names.
They had to know that Trump was going towards Mike Johnson. He had Mike Johnson at
John Jackson and Jack Johnson. I say your 2% tax doesn't not go far enough. Well, I say that your 2% tax doesn't go too far.
So long ago, maybe they were trying to influence him and failed, but there's a little bit of a rift there. And it's not just the story, guys. I'm seeing it all over social media. Right-wing populists are beginning to wake up out of their slumber. Like it's almost like somebody.
I hope
snapped them out
so.
of their hypnosis,
Please come out of your hibernation, please. Understand that there was never a winter. You should have never gone to sleep while this idiot took the till and crashed us out into the fucking Bermuda Triangle. Like, I'm sorry, but like sleeping or whatever, yeah. Like, I don't know, man. It's whatever you want to call it. Hibernation, whatever it is. I need you to come out of that and pay attention that we've had somebody driving our country into the ground and he's still doing it 4 years after failing and losing the fucking election. He's still doing it. You need you to wake up. Like, whatever. I'm okay with some bad Republican at this point, as long as it's not him. We need somebody who doesn't, like, actively want to try and take this country by Hitler-esque power, you know? It's... Anyways, I'm going to go try and take this fort again, because these guys were kind of nice and they let me do it.
Like, I wonder if Trump is right about everything, or maybe he's also full of crap.
That guy's name is...
Finally!
Girthbone McDong is such a good name. Girthbone McDong is actually so fucking funny. That guy's name was so good. Girthbone McDong. Girthbone McDong. Oh no, you're gonna make me do some trial thing or something? I don't want to do this. I already did this. I don't want to do this anymore. Don't make me do this anymore. Did we do this? Yeah, we did. So, okay, good. Now we go back to, like, I don't know. I'm going to go to the, I'm going to go to the fort. And I'm going to see if they'll let me take it again. Like, it's got late. I wonder if they're American and they just let me take it. No, wait, I don't want to leave this place. Their combat is a lot better than WoW's. It's like a lot better. I wish WoW had that kind of combat. God damn it. Oh, I wanted to respec. Yeah, this spec sucks. I need to change it, so... We'll just keep specking until we get it perfect. Spear... Right, yeah. Okay, reroll. Yeah, reroll once, and then... Now I want to respec my spear, which, like, I don't know. It's not cannot respec. Okay, respec. I definitely like javelin. I think it's good. I don't know. I think that is actually what I will do. Yeah. And then we buy into all the way to this. Yep. Stamina is great, but it's not damage. There, fortify is good. Knock down targets. That's good because I do a lot of knockdowns and stuff. But yeah, that thing's crappy. We'll take the perforate. Or I don't know, the skewer. The skewer's good too. Because it's fast and it's just over, you know? Maybe we want just skewer. Because perforate... No, I don't know. 3 for 80 is 240, whereas this is like just a 125% hit every 13 seconds. It's not very good, actually. It's not like this is. So light attacks are good for me, but I like heavy attacks. Yeah, I like aggressive maneuvers. Oh, no, I can't do aggressive maneuvers. Can I take this away now? No. 2 more points, which sucks. Yeah, that's good. Heavy attacks. Yep, I think I like that one the most. Oh no, I didn't finish out that one, which is unfortunate. Maybe we sub out... Maybe I don't care about Impactful Strikes as much as I do this thing. And then we'll buy Impactful Strikes next. Oh god, please assign, please assign. Oh, you're so annoying. Die, fucker. Did you screw up my spec? You did, you fucking asshole. Was it necessary? God damn it. I think I did the spec wrong. I'm fairly sure. Yeah, we'll take that. Yep, I like that. That one's good. And then we'll take that. And now we go... You. Ah, so annoying. There, perfect. Okay, good. Yeah, except for, yeah, we want dir. Yep. And then that's good. And then we will reconsider rapier yet again, just to make sure I'm not doing anything wrong there. Oh no, I know I'm doing something wrong here. So I don't know. I like this. Yeah, I like this spec, but flurry. I could take repost and just go all the way down that chart. I don't know. I like flurry though. It's like it's actually a good hit. It really is a good hit. I like this spec, I guess. Yeah, I guess this is a good one. Yeah, this is good. Alright, well. Okay, anyways, so, yeah, now what? I guess I go over there. Oh, I've been on the bad video. I'm sorry. It's only been 8 hours. What? Ooh, fire glories. A lot of them. Yeah, why not, like, make it more plentiful? Who cares? Stuff is fun to make, you know? Ooh. I guess I'll switch out gear because it's just easier. I should buy a new gear set for mining and leather. That's how they get you. But I wouldn't mind building a mining and leather set and just, you know, switching sets at will. Oh. It is progress. So I'm going to do the fishing pool, but I want all this watercress first. Ooh, and that thing, whatever that is. Fuck off you. How is it that I don't have anything else? That seems kind of weird. We'll go take a look at that spec. That seems weird. I want the orb, right? Is it the orb yet? No, it's beacon. Yep, beacon is what I want, but... Well, yeah, beacon and orb. Yeah, beacon and orb are actually really good. Crappy white void gauntlet out of that supply stockpile. What the fuck was that? Why even bother? I'm glad the New World is coming to console. It makes it a lot easier for me to play it, you know?
Yes. So it's not to say that the entire base, we still go to the rallies, they still love him. I don't want you to get too excited. But I'm beginning to see actual independent thought in the right wing, maybe for the first time in my life.
I'm starting to see it across the board, regardless of someone's
Yep,
political
me too,
label.
me too.
And it is a sight to see. I'm excited to see it because we shouldn't be, you know, worshiping false idols. So for those of you who are religious and, you know, understand what I'm talking about, we shouldn't be worshiping a political figure as if they can do no wrong. It's important to see things with sober eyes and, you know, an open heart, because if the favored politician of yours is actually not carrying out your best interests and you're still supporting them, well, you're supporting someone who's working against your best interests. And it's time that we wake up
they
and
made
stop
the animation
feeling so
different.
wedded to a political tribe or to particular politicians.
Yeah. So, I mean, look, we prove it all the time. We did a petition against Bernie Sanders on minimum wage because Bernie Sanders isn't my uncle. He's a nice guy. He's probably the most honest guy in politics. But I often disagree with him. And he's not the boss of me. So our boss is clear. It's our paying members. Keep it real. You guys finance the show, so we work for you guys. But we did that on purpose because we want to serve the average American. We don't want to serve corporate interests. We don't want to serve these politicians, and everybody else kisses their ass, right? But now even some portion of MAGA is beginning to say, maybe we shouldn't be in the ass kissing business. Maybe the whole point of this whole freedom thing was to actually be free, including of obvious con men like Donald Trump. So, and look, and now some of them come back around and go, oh, did you know Young Turks are against corruption and they're kind of anti-establishment? Yeah, brother, we've been here for decades.
Yeah, we've been here for a
late to
long
the party,
time.
But I'm super happy to have you. Thanks for watching the Young Turks. We really appreciate it. Another way to show
They think they're like the first ones that have ever questioned their government. It's so funny.
Badges. You've got emojis of me, Anna, John, JR. So those are super fun. But you also get playback of our exclusive member-only shows and specials right after they air. So all you gotta do is click that join button right underneath the video. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Young Turks, for for this excellent content from stream. I've liked and sub to your channel. I was gonna watch Young Turks all night. I don't care. It's fun.
Or that you've been sustained by the prayers of lots of Americans. I've seen pictures of people praying over you.
It's incredible, actually.
Her question is, she says, you've been faced with so much adversity and persecution for years. What's your relationship with God like, and how do you pray?
That question was directed at former President
And he's
Donald
like,
Trump.
and he's like, no God that I believe in would ever put me through this trial. And he's like, nope. For nighttime and fresh water, medium boost to catch bigger fish and large for rare fish. Okay, cast. Too late. Oops, it's been a little while since I've done this. Oops. Nice. Large perch. Nice. A little too close. Gas missed the water. Oh, I gotta be further. Yeah, I gotta be further. Maybe right here.
And I can't wait to hear what his answer is. Someone who has said that he is sustained by the prayers of his supporters, which might be true, Cenk. What do you think?
I want you to pay attention in this answer to whether he ever answers a question about his relationship to God. Because when she asked him that, I thought, oh, good question, even though it's from Fox News, because I know he has no relationship to God. Okay, so let's see what he says. Let's find
How do you know that?
I think it's good. I do very well with the evangelicals. I love the evangelicals. And
why?
I have more people saying they pray for me. I can't even believe it. And they are so committed, and they're so believing. They say, sir, you're going to be okay. I pray for you every night. I mean, everybody, almost, I can't say everybody, but almost everybody that sees me, they say it. It's such a beautiful thing.
Trump loves that others are praying for him.
Yeah. And look, there's two hilarious parts of this already. And then the main point. One is, people are telling me they pray for me all the time. Yet, like, when you have cancer and stuff, like, they might be wishing you well because they think you're so problematic. Like, hey, I pray for you, brother. So that's why almost everyone might be praying for him. Both the Republicans genuinely, and the Democrats, like, I pray for your soul. Anyways, but that's a minor thing. The hilarious part of that is, I love the evangelicals. The evangelicals vote for me. I like them.
Why?
They asked you about your relationship to God. They didn't ask you.
Didn't ask you how you felt about Jim Baker. We asked about you and God. Are you right with God?
What do you think of God? Like, do you pray? What do you want?
Yeah,
how do you pray?
it's an easy question.
Never answers it. Pausing here to deliver some honest truth as we do in our news coverage as well. TRT is facing challenges, guys, as the entire industry is. You know who could make the difference? You. If you hit the join button below, it's going to make all the difference and keep us in business. We appreciate you. Thank you.
I would have a tremendous amount of respect for him in this very specific instance if he just told the truth and was like, you know what, I'm not personally religious, but I really respect the freedom of religion. I respect the...
he would never say
He would
that.
never say that, right?
Yeah.
And that's the thing that drives me crazy. It's like, we all know you're not actually religious, and that's fine. That's fine. In fact, the religious people who are praying for you and support you, they probably know you're not religious either, and they think it's fine. You think evangelicals don't know that Donald Trump is not a man of faith?
Well, again, it's happening. By the way, we have the same half of the answer. You're going to love it.
How do you know if he's a man of faith or not,
The
though?
question itself is stupid, in my opinion.
No, I don't think it's stupid. I think it's a fair question because
It's a fair question.
Because if you ask a Democrat,
He pulls a lot of votes with the Christian evangelicals. He does. Yeah, so it's a valid question. That's why we're asking, I think. I think it got lost about why we would ask, but I mean, I know why they would ask. Oh man, Borderlands pre-sequels suck compared to 2.
Also be fair, but for a Republican, their huge part of their base is very religious and cares about his relationship to God. So they say they care. So in my opinion, what I was going to tell you, Anna, is I think as usual it's half and half. I think half of evangelicals probably think he really is a man of God just because they want to believe, even though there's absolutely no evidence. Again, hilarious video coming up overall on Trump and religion. But the other half think, as I just recently read, a lot of evangelicals say, look, obviously he's a bad guy in his personal life, is sleeping with a porn, but God works in mysterious ways, and God sometimes chooses messengers that we might not agree with. Like David. David did all these wrong things in the Bible, but
David
God
was a bad boy.
Yeah, and God chose him anyway. So Trump's just like David, naughty boy, but for whatever reason, God loves the brother. Right?
That's what's so great about religion, right?
Oh,
There's
there's
an excuse for everything.
Yeah.
But Trump went on to explain how he thinks religion is such a great thing because were it not for the concept of heaven, would he really have an incentive to be a good person? Let's watch.
When you look at all of this bad stuff going on, they have nothing to look up to. They have no God. They have no anything.
What?
They kill people. They beat people. They push people into subways.
Do they?
Just nothing there. Religion is such a great thing. It keeps you. There's something to be good about. You want to be good. You want to. It's so important. And I don't know if it's explained right. I don't know if I'm explaining it right now. But when you have something like that, you want to be good. You want to go to heaven. Okay? You want to go to heaven. If you don't have heaven, you almost say, oh, what's the reason? Why do I have to be good? Let's not be good. What difference is it?
What?
Look, I'm an atheist, and I actually agree with what he said there. No, I do, and I'll explain why in a moment. But go ahead.
Wow, that's okay. Yeah. I'm looking forward to that. Look, guys, he just told on himself because he's obviously doesn't believe in religion. He never answered the question of what his relationship with God is. He never prays. He never believes. But the reason he told on himself is he's like, well, if you don't believe in heaven, what's the point of being good? That's the same idea he conveyed to his chief of staff when his chief of staff was praying over his son's grave. His son had served in the military and had passed away in service, and that's when Trump, according to his chief of staff, said the legendary line about suckers and losers. And he's like, these guys in the military, they're suckers and losers. What's the point? Why would you die for your country? Then you're dead. Because he doesn't believe in religion, and you could take that any way you like, right? And you could tell in his answer, which we'll come back to. And so he thinks, well, if there's no heaven, what's the point of being good? Why don't I just rob you? Why don't I just take everything from you, and then you can't do anything about it, and I'm not even going to get punished for it? That is quintessential Donald J. Trump. And guys, if you're MAGA or whatever, or if you're an independent, you could tell from that answer that he's never opened the Bible, right? I mean, he's like, religion is a good thing because it makes people obey. And it and then why bother being good if not for religion? It's like he's a third grader trying to explain religion he's not in.
Most religious people haven't opened their religious book, okay?
Okay, yeah, but they have some rough sense of what the religion is.
Sure.
This brother doesn't even know. He can never answer a freaking question. Well, we're going to give you the clips from the past in a second, too. But you all know that he doesn't pray. He never goes to church. And Anna, what's amazing about Trump isn't all that. It's that he's gotten caught on this 1,000 times. And he still hasn't read one page of the Bible. All he has to do is read like 1 or 2 sections, go to church once or twice, so he can at least know how to use the lingo, so he can at least refer to a story or two. Look, man.
Why would he need to if not being religious has not translated to voting him in the election?
Yeah, that's fair, because the religious voters in this country will give him a pass no matter what, even though it's so obvious he's not remotely Christian.
Yeah, so look, I want to explain why I partly agree with what he said in that last video, although I think what I'm trying to say is a little different from what he's saying. I don't think that all people need religious doctrine or the promise of heaven in order to be good moral people. And I say that because as someone who doesn't believe in organized religion, I think I'm a pretty good moral person, and I don't need the fear of hell or the desire to go to heaven to make me a good moral person. However...
Thank God for a smart liberal woman, and they're so rare. Like, so many of them are just like, they just go right along. They don't think outside the box at all.
I think it would be a mistake to see the world and others through the lens of your own lived experience.
Yes.
Okay, or who you are as a person. And I actually think that as the country has become less and less religious, there have been some unintended consequences or unexpected consequences, including people making political issues their religion and being almost zealous about it. And I don't think that's healthy. I think that's actually been incredibly toxic for the country. And look, guys, I think that religion, we kind of threw the baby out with the bathwater. Organized religion, and I'm not talking about fundamentalists, I'm talking about just normal, ordinary religious people. They get a sense of fulfillment and community by being part of that religion. And by throwing the baby out with the bathwater, I think it's led to a certain level of toxicity that I kind of want to undo and reverse.
Yeah, but the thing here is, in that analogy, the bathwater, in my opinion,
Oh, they all reset too. Come on, man, it's bad enough that I have to fight 50 of them.
Desperately need back.
But you resetting them is
And
unacceptable.
there's a lot of ways to that community. There's a lot of wonderful religious people who create that community. There's also a lot of wonderful non-religious people who create communities. But either way, we have to have that sense of belonging and having each other's backs and fighting for each other. But I promise it to you, so I want to show you guys. So for those of you who are religious, watch this and then tell me if you think Donald Trump is actually religious and a man of God. Watch.
The Bible certainly is one of, if not, I mean, it is.
It is the book. I'll be right back. Gonna get something to drink. Grocery store like 4 days ago or something. Oh, strawberries. Anyways, I want that. Yes. I'm sad I'm out of beer. Oh, I forgot to get the drink. Oops. Gotta pee, guys. Sorry, I'll be right back. Look at those. Beautiful.
The book. And I go to church a lot. Always on
Do
Christmas.
you really?
Always on Easter. Always when there's a major occasion. And during the Sundays. I'm a Sunday church person. I like to do the right thing where I don't have to actually ask for forgiveness. When we go in church and when I drink my little wine, which is about the only wine I drink, and have my little cracker, I guess that's a form of asking for forgiveness. And I do that as often as possible because I feel cleansed. We were having fun when I said, I drink the wine, I eat the cracker. The Bible is special. The Bible, the more you see it, the more you read it, the more incredible it is.
Like an Old Testament guy or New Testament?
Probably equal.
I always we didn't even put Corinthians in that one.
It's the book.
Okay.
Okay, the book.
Old Testament and New Testament, I haven't read a word of either. Probably equal. Thanks for watching the Young Turks. We really appreciate it. Another way to show.
I have had many conversations, as you have had, with a lot of young people over
Oh, have
the
you?
last many months now.
Have you?
And you're right. They don't know very much at all about the history of the Middle East, or frankly about history in many areas.
And maybe that's your husband's fault. The education system kind of went down the toilet when your husband